This is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Friday, October 22nd. Let's hop into the game as quickly as possible. We're looking for basically no delays. For the accountability section today, I will say I was going to just give up on the irrigation project a couple days ago, and then I slept on it, and I thought, well, there's a different way to give up here, in which at least the massive amount of over budget equipment that I purchased could be put to some use. So initially my irrigation project, which I've mentioned but probably haven't explained well enough, was to take the general idea of an irrigation manifold, which you can just buy, and I'll start off by saying, yes, you should just buy one and bury it in the ground like it is designed to be used, and not try and reinvent the wheel. But that's exactly what I was trying to do. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to adapt the connection on the input to be the right kind of thread, the garden hose pipe thread, GHT garden hose thread, I think is what it's called, on the input, when the manifold itself is the national pipe thread, more than likely, in PT. So it looks like almost the exact same connection, but it isn't, and it won't work. So you need an adapter on the input, so you can put a garden hose on it and connect it to a garden faucet, whereas most irrigation systems are hard plumbed into a offshoot of the main line of your house. That requires real plumbers. That's not a do-it-yourself thing. And arguably, while that will get you a lot more gallons per minute and probably higher pressure than whatever you're getting out of a garden hose, it might not be necessary for most people. It is going to heavily depend on just how many there's a lot of math in setting up an irrigation system in general. It's going to depend heavily on how many sprinkler heads you're going to put on each line. And you can potentially overbuy a manifold that would hold maybe as many as even 16 lines, and then that would let you have more sprinkler heads. Anyways, for my personal plumbing on garden hose, on spigots, you can get basically 3 sprinkler heads, above ground sprinkler heads in a row, which is more than enough when you think that the controller I bought is capable of controlling 8 lines. So 24 sprinkler heads is probably enough, but a real irrigation system installed by a professional would probably try to push you to even more, and more unique ones too, where you have like drip irrigators and things like that for different kinds of plants instead of just general grass. I guess we want to get rid of this and re-roll that. So if we can get one swordcraft unranked, then we can just play whatever we want today. But yeah, my irrigation plan was to have a box that I could put around the spigot, and I could put some insulation around it so it would be weatherproof, so theoretically it wouldn't be wanted to play unranked. It wouldn't be something you'd ever have to change or take off, even if it was going to potentially snow and freeze the pipes. And in the idea of trying to keep a manifold in the biggest box I could get, which was still too small, I think there might have been a way to go to get it to work had I turned the box 90 degrees, but you still would have a weird complexity to get the spigot to connect to the rest of the piping without having a hose, and if you're going to have to make a custom hose of a custom length to make it short enough to fit in that box, then that's going to be not really worth it, and it barely would probably fit even at that. So what I will probably do is I will probably just take a general cheap $2 weatherproofing connection, and in the final implementation, which what I've done is not the final implementation, I'm going to skip over this winter and wait until summer to try again. So this is effectively giving up, but it's giving up where everything is working as it should, except for the fact that it's not in a box now. I've just put all the fittings, connections, the hoses, little short hose extensions for some of them to a 1-to-4 splitter, and then the 1-to-4 splitter goes into each of the electric switches that turn on or turn off the water to the hoses. And in its current state, it is a very rough prototype that needs to be completely restarted and redone with a more normal one. And I do now know the path, and since now I've got all the sprinkler heads that I'm using right now set up on the back spigot, the back of the house spigot, what I'll do is in the summer is I'll try just a very standard manifold, bury it in the ground, have one adapter to a hose for the input, have that hose connect to the front spigot. That would double the capacity from right now being able to control 4 lines. It'll then be able to control 8 lines, which is the controller that I bought. And if there was any need to expand even further, then I simply would connect even more, add another manifold to the already existing one in the front and the back. So the general idea is, in the summer I'll hit maximum capacity on the controller I have. If at any point we need more capacity, we would just replace the controller, which the controller is about $200, so it's not a cheap trade by any means, but it is doable. And at that point I would probably put another manifold in the back and another manifold in the front, and they just connect to each other, so it's fine. And it is kind of a box, but it's kind of not a box. It's more of a ring with a lid on top of it, and the bottom is empty, and you have to do more digging, and part of my goal was certainly not to dig. So most irrigation systems, I imagine, don't freeze and break that often, and the parts are somewhat easy to replace and somewhat cheap to replace if they do freeze and break. It's more concern about the pipes in the wall, the freezing and breaking and bursting being an issue. So by putting a standard manifold in the ground connected by a hose, when winter comes, when the pipes might freeze, you just disconnect that hose and weatherproof the spigot like a normal person. And so that is where it is gone. Yeah. So mostly this was a project that was very ambitious to accomplish things, to be neat and nice. It failed there. To be inside a weatherproof box, that it failed there. Theoretically, I could double down on trying to create a weatherproof box to put the spigot in, but it's not worth it. It really isn't. There are plumbing solutions to try to avoid things from freezing if the pipe can be set back really, really far as a faucet and a spigot. But for my house, that would require massive plumbing and rework, and it's not viable to do. What would be nice is if you could do a backflow, but there's literally laws against having anything that would potentially backflow or vacuum out and water from any part of your plumbing. But yeah, the best you could possibly hope to try and drain tubes or connections would be to darn it. The best you could hope would be to turn off the water at the main shut-off valve and then try and open all the spigots around your house and hope that there would be something that happens to just be at a lower point elevation wise that you could turn the faucet on. But yeah, that would almost have to be like a refrigerator tap, and then you're adding air to the line, and air to the line is probably incredibly dangerous. Come to think of it, you might get Legionnaire's disease or something if you did that. Come to think of it, yeah. So that's probably a dumb idea too. Yeah. So I think you just gotta risk it and gotta weatherproof it. And you know, with climate change, we would never. We don't. Who knows? Winters may just get colder and colder, and it may be a very standard thing for pipes to burst and freeze all the time. And that may just be something we have to put up with. Anyways, the irrigation system works. It is just open in the air. That means the wiring, which was always like designed to be kind of open in the air, and you have to use these special gel caps, wire nuts, to connect the 24 volt, I think it is, wires to the controllers. It's just kind of hanging in the air too, and right next to water, but it's designed to be there. And so I do potentially foresee that a wire may come loose at some point, and it probably wouldn't hurt me to take some electric tape and just tape the caps, which is pretty standard thing to do. I wouldn't be surprised if the wires managed to rust fairly quickly too. So I'm really just putting everything in the air and almost doing a secondary experiment on just how long will this last in the direct sunlight, in the open air, which is slightly different, but not that different from burying it in the ground. I was stupidly buying components individually and mixing and matching, whereas had I just bought the whole set of the manifold, it pre-built, there would have been a lot more fittings that were specifically designed to connect with each other. And I won't say that my manifold is completely drip free, but it's not dripping enough for me to care at this point. I've wasted so much time on it, and as a project, this was a project that was supposed to be done. I bought it on Amazon Prime Day, and ideally it would have been done very close to that point. But I am done with it now. It is working. I've got a lot of adapters, so it is an irrigation system coming from a spigot where it's not designed to, it's not supposed to come from a spigot, actually going out to garden hoses where it's not designed to really go out to garden hoses. So there's actually probably about 8 adapters and connectors. No, I'd say it's 10, 11. Yeah, there's about 11 extra points where a connection could leak extra in what I built compared to what you ideally would have wanted. if you just bought the manifold. Well, the manifold might have the same number of connections. These are, my connections are things not really designed to work together, not made by the same manufacturers to the same specifics as far as the pipe threading and whether it actually in the real world will connect. And I ran into a lot of things that wanted to leak and not connect. I also learned that if you're having something leak and it looks like it's really, really tight on the connection, you probably at some point dropped the cheap plastic washer out. There's a couple places where I think maybe another cheap plastic washer might be called for, where you would just double up on washers, which is probably not a big problem with that, but I would probably be cautious there.
Loyalty is ironclad. March on.
To not, if you're adding even two washers, you're probably doing a fairly dangerous experiment that you might have a breakdown later or a leak later when you're not originally looking at it. I used a lot of plumber's tape, which in some places maybe I needed to have even more plumber's tape. I didn't use any plumber's putty in the final implementation, which I'm happy with that.
You have summoned the blade of purgation here.
Yeah. I also found that the pump switches, relays that exist for
Got a job to do.
For the irrigation system, if you take the tops off of them, it's very easy to accidentally mess that up. And
Steel yourself. Loyalty is ironclad. Steel
I
yourself.
don't know why I attacked there. Actually, that was kind of a mistake. I could have just attacked with that one.
Ironclad.
But yeah, it's really easy to put the tops on wrong and then it will just leak. Because it has a weird kind of double vacuum system with a little white piece of plastic. And if you take the top off of them, which you're probably not supposed to ever take the top off of them. But I was doing that as part of trying to get it to work.
The dawn shines like a beacon of hope.
Let's see if this works.
I shall clear us a path.
Dawn is upon us.
But yeah, I am now done with the irrigation system as far as I'm concerned, at least for now. My fence gate has been falling over, so I'm immediately, like, I've been ignoring working on that project for a while, so I'm gonna have to fix that. I don't think that's gonna take too long. The hardest part about that I foresee is that I'm just gonna need to take an extension cord and a drill out there to drill holes and add a wheel to the fence gate to try and hold it up more and sag, and I'm gonna have to reinstall a new latch because the latch is broken. So theoretically, sitting on the ground to install install the screws should be the hardest part there. Or drill and install bolts is, I guess, what you really are going to be doing.
This is where I truly shine.
But yeah, I'm definitely not looking for new projects. But I'm finding them. What can I say? Home maintenance sucks. It always sucks. Ideally, you would want to be able to rent and have someone else be in charge of repairing that. But when you rent, you almost never have the case where you have somebody qualified and willing to actually maintain and fix things that just break. Whether a lot of things I think are designed to break after a while, anyways. But yeah, things break.
Enemy or no, you did good.
So if you ever could rent or lease a house or have a landlord of any sort, ideally you would look for a landlord who just loves to do repair projects and is super qualified at that. But the problem with that idea is nobody is super qualified at everything, and people that think they are deluding themselves and probably pretty bad at everything. Plus, even if you are hiring repairmen and stuff like that, like most of those people tend to at best be very good at the one thing they specialize in, and really, really bad at everything else, or just completely incompetent, like more incompetent than an average person who doesn't even know what they're doing, it seems. And maybe that's intentional when you hire a contractor, that they're screwing things up so that they get more hours out of you and more work out of you. But even if they are specialists and they're supposed to be good at what they're doing, they tend not to really be good at what they're doing. It's a failure of the United States educational system in a lot of ways. There has been, for decades, far too much focus on these general arts jobs, of which there's very little, or educating towards tech jobs, of which there are very little. As somebody who was definitely pushed and allowed to go heavily down the tech jobs, like, there was always a choice there, as far as you had only so many slots in high school as far as vocational classes you could take. And so if you were going to go and do auto mechanics and take a class like that, you did not really have time to take programming, which ironically a lot of auto mechanics now probably doing a little bit of programming and they don't like it. Plus, auto mechanics and woodworking classes tended to not really try and educate people to do things towards any real standards, because there was barely any standards, particularly in like electricians and plumbings. And I took electronics. Like, I'm probably fine to rewire a house from scratch, but I was definitely not educated towards any kind of code compliance or anything close to a standard as far as what you were supposed to do or how you were supposed to do things. I was taught electronics from the perspective of fixing TVs, which nobody would fix a TV these days. Those classes were not forward-looking at all. Yeah, so yeah, I built a radio in electronics. I saw a lot of fixing TVs and attempts to fix VCRs and things like that, but like none of that would really happen nowadays. And even when I was in school, the idea that of the 30 students being taught in the one electronics class I was in, and there was probably 3 or 4 electronics classes being taught in total, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was close to 150 people that were taught electronics, and that in the area I was going to school, there was one electrician repairman shop, and it was barely still in business, and definitely on the verge of going out of business. So yeah.
I paid so much for that axe.
Yep. I think there is a home maintenance and repair and a budgeting level as far as educations are concerned. Honestly, there should be less emphasis, as much as people don't want to agree with this, I think there should be less emphasis on writing. Like, nobody's going to be an author. Let's be honest here. There's probably less than 20 famous authors in the entire United States. And, you know, choir, same thing. Nobody's going to be a famous choir. Band, nobody's going to be a famous musician. The only reason, like, choir and band in particular, and marching band, definitely only exists because in the United States there's an obsession with sports. If there was no football team that the marching band was using, there would be no marching band in schools ever. In the real world, outside of sports, you maybe get a marching band at a parade on Thanksgiving, and that's probably 4 or 5 marching bands that easily could be eliminated and removed from society. Alright, well, hold this one, and hold this one, I guess.
Don't forget to snag some merch.
And then we attack that one.
Loyalty is ironclad. One step closer to victory. Harder armor. Steel yourself.
I paid so much for that axe.
Loyalty is ironclad.
But yeah, I've had to, over the years of being in a home and being the person in charge of trying to fix and maintain things, learn quite a lot, and mostly the process of learning has been through spending a lot of money, and sometimes I do try projects that are fun little jerry rigs of the right way to do it, but at the end of the day, it more than usually is worth costs less money, less time, and less frustration to simply hire somebody or do it the right way. Just because creating things from scratch and getting things to work is such a nightmare.
There's nothing to fear.
But yeah, that was a 28 minutes ramble. In the future, after fixing the fence, at some point I need to replace these smoke detectors in my house. They're almost past their expiration date. I've got maybe a year there. And I'm gonna try and replace them with Wi-Fi ones, as I make everything Wi-Fi in my house. I don't know if I mentioned it, but by installing a new ISP, I did convince them to move my Wi-Fi router inside the house and out of the garage, which that is definitely appreciated, just to not have it gathering dust. I don't know if it really did anything to change the range or the success of the Wi-Fi connection. I still think my main problem is probably just the fact that my Wi-Fi with the DDWRT is doing a lot, but there is just on the chip some instability, particularly with quality of service, and that instability does seem to sometimes drop the connection. But I'm hoping that I can maybe just lower the numbers on the quality of service and that'll stop happening. I'm still theoretically getting way better upload and download. Although, in practicality, if you're getting 100 up and 100 down very consistently and you're not having it drop like crazy,
Enemy or no.
you're probably getting the same experience as someone with 200 or 300 up and down. The difference would be how many people are connecting at the same time, how many people are going to YouTube, because I think there's some real limitations on like how many different, what the actual speed would be from any one individual website is. So unless you have 10-20 people all connecting at the same time, I don't think there's that big of a difference. And it's very easy for my new ISP to, with their new fiber internet, have very high speeds to start off with as they're trying to get new people on there. But as it's it would seem like it's a dedicated service line, but it really isn't. It's a shared line with as many as like 30 people in your neighborhood. So as more people in your neighborhood get it and start using it, it is just going to degrade as things continue to happen. And that's typical for any internet service provider, short of a dedicated service line where it shouldn't degrade, but even that will degrade over the years in speed because of just the fact that the back end connections are always degraded. You cannot get past the point that, as far as I know, there is no router or switch in the professional tier of equipment. So these would be routers and switches that are easily $800 to potentially $10,000-$20,000. As far as I know, there is no connection point there that has a non-shared trunk line. So each of the ports would potentially have 10 gigabytes, I would say, or maybe even 100 gigabytes fiber coming in and out. But when those back-end routers have to connect to another client's routers, when AT&T has to connect to Verizon, for instance, the trunk lines, as they're called, which are supposed to be bigger and thicker, aren't that bigger and thicker. If there was 100 ports at 100 gigabytes, there isn't a 10,000 gigabyte trunk line by any means there. So there's always a level in which things are shared. The internet, as it is built, could never have a dedicated service line from one point to another. At certain points, that is just a local area network where, with a very, very long run. And I think there have been some cases of like colleges and such that have just installed their own private fiber between point A and point B. But for an individual just getting the connection to the internet, you'd never get that. You'd never have that. And the push to Wi-Fi and wireless, I think more and more is going to try to eliminate wires, which are the expensive part, and we may have a point in which speed just starts to really top off. And that's kind of fine, because you don't, while everybody wants more speed, you don't always really need speed, as much speed as people would want. But yeah, I think the thing you would do to fix the internet, and I really am just rambling at this point, would be much more to start a whole new internet 2.0, and make people make new websites, which most people probably would never do, and just drop backward compatibility. A decentralized, always encrypted internet, something that directly and intentionally says like only HTTPS, something that says only
It looks like I'm up. Stop.
Too slow.
A fitting end.
only peer-to-peer, like onion router style
Today we
connections.
fight. I like it. Give me that. Back down.
Did I not pray hard enough?
Let's speed things up. Too slow.
No.
Yeah. A real tightening of domain names, getting rid of the .com concept in general.
Not there. You're done for. Awaken, for the end is near.
Yeah, and there are like .onion sites in Tor, but I don't know what you would do to convince people to really use that, to use like the Onion Router browser or Tor in some other form or fashion. But I generally you would want to kind of get rid of a dot anything, and everything would just be like type Amazon.com. Well, type Amazon, and you would get to Amazon.com or the equivalent there, and then there could be no name confusion on that.
Are you worth your
Or
weight in
trickery.
gold? Damn, I lowballed you.
Too slow.
A fitting
Although
end.
there's still plenty of room for other kinds of trickery and shenanigans as far as making one URL look like another URL, and I'm not sure how you could really avoid that.
Questioning God's design is meaningless.
The whole domain name system probably would need a rethink.
Heaven nor earth shall be your refuge.
It probably wouldn't be a bad idea if a browser established a circle of trust as far as URLs, and that circle of trust expanded with every link you clicked on. So instead of particularly having a domain name in the a link that you click on, so instead of going to www.amazon.com on the link, there was an actual IP address there, or something like an IP address, and when you click on that first time, that is when you get the domain and the circle of trust around that. And then when you type in Amazon, it would always take you to Amazon. And if you wanted to go to some place that you've never been before, you establish with a top level search engine, which is fine. So you'd have to go to something like DuckDuckGo or Google or something to type in a word, and or type in a IP address to start with, and then you'd get a big pop-up going, hey, you've never been here. Is this a phishing scam? Are you sure this really is a website you want to go to before you can even connect to it? Because that doesn't really fix or do anything for the fact that the internet, to me, feels like it's shrinking, and there are fewer and fewer websites in which people generally go to.
One step closer to victory.
But
I'm over here.
it probably severely reduces phishing scams. Of course, if you're going to make a new internet, you could probably severely reduce the number of people that could make websites in general if you wanted to, but that wouldn't get a new internet to succeed. You would have to make it almost free and democratized, and honestly, I think that would be more of the direction. While it may be fairly annoying that everybody on YouTube gets a YouTube channel when the vast majority of people who have a YouTube account get it just because they're They have a Gmail account, and they will never post a video there. That is also very democratizing. What's not democratizing there is that having a basic YouTube channel that can't monetize doesn't really mean anything for most people. Wow, I'm gonna win here. What? I thought coordination can't be targeted by enemy effects. I thought the coordination was that it could avoid things with ward and just attack. Alright, well.
Did I not pray hard enough?
I'm still gonna lose, I guess. That's more than enough rambling for a Friday. Let's cover the video game news and be done with it.
My blade and my ears work as one. Enemy or no, you did good.
2K is talking about Michael Jordan in NBA 2K22. Empire, like his airness in my career, my team in the W right now. Season 2 is life, so I guess you can play as Michael Jordan. Gearbox official replying to retweeting somebody that they donated $100 to.
There's a battle underway.
Keller
This one's for my family.
KI11ER6 on Twitter, which makes Borderlands and Wonderlands content. So did Gearbox official just like donate $100 to a streamer and then retweet themselves? That's weird. Kind of ridiculous. Like, it's probably bad for Gearbox to be donating to anybody because you're definitely picking winners and losers there, giving money to streamers. And they already do that, but they usually don't do it by giving actual money. They usually give like free games or promotion, things that are arguably worth more than $100. But now you've potentially pissed off streamers who aren't getting that money, and you've potentially pissed off Borderlands Gearbox fans that wants to people that would want to have a slightly better game. Like, Borderlands 3 wasn't a perfect game, and while $100 may have not changed much, if it fixed even one bug, if it paid for one more QA tester to find a bug and one more programmer to fix one bug, then it probably would have been better used. Moving on, Gamatsu says Fantasy Life Online is coming to the West. I guess it's a App Store, Google Play, Japanese game. It doesn't look like much just in this image, but we'll see when it comes out if it somehow is the first I guess the potential first mobile game that people would be interested in, or that I feel like deserves being talked about. It almost certainly wouldn't be. GameDeveloper.com, CD Projekt has bought the Flame and the Flood developer Molasses Flood. Studio will create a new project based on the existing CD Projekt franchises. So either, I mean, it almost certainly has to be that they're making some kind of simplistic, knowing what the Flame and the Flood is. It's got to be kind of in the Witcher universe, some kind of simplistic thing, to not something you really wouldn't expect to see much from.
Dawn always prevails upon the dawns upon us. Blessed
Okay.
sunrise.
That's
No one gets past me.
a bit of a compromise play, but whatever. Like, it would be total insanity if they're gonna make something
My raging flames have got your
around Cyberpunk 2077, unless this was some attempt to potentially recontextualize what the Cyberpunk games would be. And I don't think CD Projekt Red has anything else.
Be my victim today. Are you worth your weight?
I don't even think I'm exaggerating there.
No one gets past me.
And I think it is worth mentioning that, like, Witcher 1 and 2, kind of different people, different team. Here's what the Flame and the Flood looks like on Steam. It is kind of a top-down, they're calling it an action roguelike. I thought it was more of a survival experience. You can see it's 74% positive, but more mixed recently. Maybe some people are unhappy with it being potentially abandoned. Like, what this probably says is that the Flame and the Flood would never get any more polish to it. And I guess this is one of those acquisitions of a company that you need to fear as a gamer, because it's not a company that's being acquired so that CD Projekt Red can support them and treat them nicely and let them make a Flame in the Flood 2. There is less diversity as the types of games today versus yesterday, because now we're almost certainly not going to see a Flame in the Flood 2 or anything else the Massless Flood would have wanted to make before they were acquired. Now, arguably, maybe they had no ideas, and this game is barely positive, so maybe they were just going to sit around and support the game and do nothing else. But yeah, I imagine that what you'd have to just assume is going to happen is that this is going to be
One step closer to victory. I'm over here, youngling.
yeah, you have to assume that this is just going to be some Witcher themed game. Here we have a game on Steam called Drip Drop, which looks like nothing. $3.49, English only. Here we have a game called Hexcraft Harlequin Fair, which, yeah, doesn't look like anything. $12.99, English only. I think GameDeveloper.com would promoted this global games pitch, not patch. That's supposed to be an I. Pitch your mobile or hyper-casual games online to 100 plus publishers and investors the 3rd to the 4th of November. You reach publishers and investors, you keep them posted on your game's update, pitch your game online. You get access to 365/7 matchmaking profile. You maintain your game's project profile, get feedback before and after the event. This is where the general idea, and you have to pay for the, I think, ability to pitch a game, and says $0 for a limited number if there's one team member, but if you wanted to get two, then you're paying $40, and if you wanted to get two people it's $79 if you want the Pass Pro. So they're making a lot of money here, and Unity is involved with this, and I think it was Unity that retweeted it.
I need more fear. More
I'm gonna lose here because I'm not paying enough attention. But yeah, this AWS Amazon is also sponsoring it, and then
Enemy
you have a long list here of people, but let's go through the list and see who do you really recognize. Sega barely makes any games. App Store is not going to publish your game, actually. Microids is recognizable. Quantic Dream, I don't know if Quantic Dream has ever taken a games pitch before, though, so keep that in mind, too. A lot of names here that are completely unrecognizable. P-Cube, I know they're a publisher, so they might. T17 wants to be a publisher, so they might. Tencent, probably more than willing to do that. Perfect World, I'm not sure if the Perfect World has actually published anything, though, if anybody are taking a pitch. And that's the real fear here. Bandai Namco. If Bandai Namco did take pitches and would do anything with it, it would almost certainly not put a lot of effort or funding into it, because they'd be more obsessed with their anime games that they publish. Konami, yeah, do you really want to get in business with Konami? Green Man Gaming, probably not a publisher you'd want to do business with. Like, yeah, there's a considerable lack of names here. Plug-in Digital, I think I've recognized. But like a lot of these games I don't recognize, and a considerable lack of people you really would want to pitch. You're not pitching here to potentially Nintendo or Square Enix or PlayStation or Microsoft or Valve or EA or Ubisoft. Like there's probably about 20 top tier AAA game developers. Now, these are supposed to be for mobile and hyper casual games, and if you refiltered this list and tried to figure out how many of these people actually have ever even listed mobile or hyper casual games, I bet a lot of these names would also drop off this list. But there's a real problem here, and we have seen this in the past for having something like this. It's basically a scam. I can tell you this, and at the very minimum. The only way I imagine you could make any kind of pitch to your game is you're going to have patents and lawyers and copyrights, and you've got to hope that your patents and lawyers and copyrights somehow are just good enough that they can hold their own against the patents and lawyers and copyright attorneys that a big company like Sega can have, and some of that is going to be straight up international patents and copyrights and things like that. Otherwise, you might have Sega steal your idea from this pitch and sell a game only in Japan, and you may have very little to no recourse. And all of that's a lot more money than I think most people are going to have, and it's a ton more money than paying $9 to pitch your game. Arguably, do you really even need a publisher if you're making a mobile or hyper casual game?
Too slow.
And do you have such terrible connections because this is your first game that you can't privately pitch these and get people to sign non-disclosures and non-compete clauses, which a company like Sega, a big company like that, probably would never be able to get them to sign a non-compete particularly in this scenario. But the bigger thing, as a fan of games, as a gamer myself, this is where you get the idea of a year of the bow or the year of the pirate. It's where you get 2-3 games all released at the same time, is because somebody somewhere has pitched the same idea to, what was it, 190 different people? Yeah. I think that's what it says down here, is that you pitching your game to 190 plus development teams. Which those are development teams, I guess, probably less publishers. 30 plus investors and publishers is the number. That's a smaller number. But yeah, you put that idea in someone's head and maybe they totally forget about your pitch, and then they come back with a very similar idea, or even slightly similar idea, and they can just make it and release it faster than you can make and release your game, and they beat you to the punch. And it might not even be nefariously that they are actively, perniciously stealing your idea. It very well may be that the groupthink of game developers and game publishers just causes that idea to happen. Like, we see that, like, when The Walking Dead was super popular, all of a sudden we got a whole bunch of zombie games, more than normal, and we already get way too many zombie games. So yeah, I couldn't recommend anybody actually pitching a game around here. But in general, I just can't recommend this concept and this idea. Particularly having an event and trying to reach out to as many people and charge people to pitch. It's like having a talent show. Like it isn't that too different from like America's Got Talent, where you're making this implication that you're going to make somebody famous and give them a really good publishing deal, and that there's going to be a whole bunch of success and a whole bunch of acceptances. But in reality, for every season, there's one, at most, on average, successful winner that gets like one CD contract, and then America's Got Talent's contract, I believe, says that anything you make after that point forever is theirs, and it's just in perpetuity. We're gonna benefit off of any success you have, but we're gonna really do nothing to actually ensure that you have success. It's just like the worst way. If you wanted to actually break into the music industry, you would probably best to just give up before you even start. But if you were going to completely insist on that, you would probably want to meet one-on-one with producers, and have contracts and lawyers, and negotiate way better. When you have an event like this, there's zero negotiation on the other side, and that is the problem with contracts, particularly in the United States. And now I'm going on to a different rant, where it shouldn't really be legal for one person to be able to negotiate from such a weak position and a weak level of education or ability, and the other side can negotiate from such a strong position that all rights are given to one side versus the other. We see contracts like that all the time with giant businesses, cell phone companies. When you sign that contract to to have a cell phone contract. You're signing these arbitration clauses. You're signing ridiculous things that you would never ever agree to if you had any way of negotiating it whatsoever. But the threat of potentially not having a cell phone or some way to receive phone calls is that you probably can't get a job. You probably can't do banking. You probably can't pay bills. There's so much tied to having a cell phone that has become often a default identifier of whether a person is actually that person, that you're kind of forced to do that.
One step closer to victory.
Fast is my only salvation.
And there's really no competition at all to offer better contracts. And in this case, this pitch scheme, there's no competition at all to offer better contracts at all. The only good thing I could think about is if you put a games pitch on a site like this, maybe you would see other games pitches and realize your games pitch isn't that unique, and maybe we'd see a few people not going crazy and trying to list games that are just Flappy Bird clones. But I don't think those people are acting in earnest anyway, so we probably really wouldn't reduce a high number of Flappy Bird clones. What you would want to do is, instead of charging people and having a one-time event, and this pitch submission deadline is like 3 days from now, and they're promoting it now. That's not a lot of time. What you would want to do is create something like LinkedIn, where it's free to make an account. It's free to put your games pitch on there. Publishers are on board, and they get like an RSS feed of all new games. You can check boxes if you want your game pitches only to go to certain companies versus others. That would be a better, more fair way to do this. So it was just like 24/7. There probably are some companies out there that would like to hear games pitches all the time. Should they be hearing games pitches all the time? Probably not. Is that going to create more groupthink and dilute people's own original creative ideas? Probably. But you definitely wouldn't put a timer on it. You definitely wouldn't charge money. Maybe you would charge a little bit to have an account just to weed out people. If you had to pay $100, say, to have an account to pitch your game, and that's a lifetime account as a games pitcher, that isn't terrible. That is Steam Direct prices, basically. Which, and it's important to remember here that this is people pitching games. This is not people proving that they can make games by any means. So maybe
activate.
So you're really getting like the worst people to getting the hopes up of the worst people, like, because if you really believed in your game and you really thought it could be something, you wouldn't let the fact that you don't know how to program stop you. Like, you would either hire a programmer, and if you can't animate, you would hire an animator, and if you can't make sound effects, you'd hire a sound effect creator. Most of those things you can get from asset stores. Like, the idea of, I've got an idea but I'm too lazy to learn how to turn my idea into anything more than the most basic games pitch is kind of a self-admittance that you're not the getting it done motivated game director that any game needs.
I like. Give me that.
Yeah.
Got me feeling hungry.
And I would be real concerned that there's very young, like, kids that would try to make game pitches there. Or, like, it's not hard to read a programming book. It's not hard to learn how to program, at least at a certain level. It's not hard. If you're not bringing programming to the field and you're making a game pitch, what are you bringing? Are you just going to make full motion videos starring yourself? Are you a celebrity already? If not, you need not apply. Moving on, let's try and burn through the news. It's already been an hour. Netflix says it's not planning on a game studio acquisition spree, which I didn't think they were, but I could see how some people may have thought once they acquired their first video game studio that they were going to just keep going down that route. Netflix pretty much has never put its eggs in one basket, so it is not surprising that they're trying a whole bunch of things and diversified things. Arguably, that's Netflix's problem, is that it doesn't really support any one idea it tries for very long. And so you end up with scenarios where great shows that don't do amazingly well get canceled. The Santa Clarita Diet is one show they had that I thought was really good, and then they bring back and finish some things like Lucifer, from save it from being canceled to only really then give it a season or two more and then wrapping it up. And arguably, I would say what they did with Lucifer, starting with when they originally acquired it, was to shift it fairly far away from individualized episodes that don't really have a long running connection into a more long running narrative connection that at points got fairly preachy and annoying, and stopped it from being as fun of a experience as it probably should have been.
Heavy impact sustained.
And then there's a whole bunch of one-offs that just get like one season and that's it.
Now the fight begins.
I guess that's the problem too, is that Netflix is trying to be a replacement for cable, but to be a competitor to cable, you have to effectively do
Now to create a facsimile.
you have to effectively do everything, whereas any one cable channel can focus in on one thing. I would really like to see some backroom conversations as far as how the movie Nightbooks was made, and maybe more director's commentaries, and we just don't see that on Netflix. I'd hate to suggest them charging extra, but I would pay probably an extra $1 a month. I think most people would, if that got you director's commentaries on shows. And honestly, they probably shouldn't even charge $1 extra, and they should just make that a thing, a value add that they release. I did have an idea. Here's a free pitch that I can throw out into the universe, since I'll never do anything with it. The man who plays Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund, I believe is his name, is of the actor. He's fairly old now. He's said he's not going to play Freddy Krueger anymore, which that does require a lot of like wearing a mask and makeup and stuff. So I could see that being very frustrating, and again, he's fairly old. But you know, the one-liners that are written for him as Freddy Krueger, the kind of insulting jokes, they're cheesy certainly, but they aren't terrible. And that voice is very iconic. So why not bring him in either as a spin-off of Rift Tracks or just a competitor to Rift Tracks, watching other horror movies? Like, that way you get him, he doesn't really even have to comment on anything. It could be you could either license the Freddy Krueger name and do Freddy Krueger's commentary on, like, you can go with really bad horror movies, or you can go with like fairly good horror movies. You can mix and match there. Freddy Krueger, like watching Saw 1, and you hear Freddy Krueger's voice going, "Yeah, saw off your foot," and just having Freddy Krueger enjoy the suffering, the gore, the horrificness. I think that would be fairly funny to listen to, because normally you would expect people either to not comment on the gore or the violence, or downplay it, or cringe away from it, but to fully embrace it, to just say, yes, this is exactly what a character like Freddy Krueger would love to watch. I think that would be interesting. Now, is that really stealing the Elvira thing? Sorta, but I don't think Elvira actually does commentary on the movie as it's playing. You could certainly spin it out and have Elvira and other characters. It doesn't work so well with like a Jason Voorhees who doesn't talk. Although you could probably have a Jason Voorhees sound effect of just grunting, grunts from Friday the 13th movies playing in the commentary, and so maybe you expand it out and it's Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund actually making new content with some sound effects from other people. And honestly, you don't even need Robert Englund, but you would almost want to have him for the sales, for the attention that would draw. Maybe not sales, but attention. You could easily, I think, have just a couple of kids doing a podcast playing sound effects and almost get the same idea as far as Rift Tracks.
Is it over already?
And I think you'd fairly want to have Robert Englund stay away from actually criticizing movies, particularly movies he wasn't in, unless he just wants to burn bridges. And what you could probably bring in is, like, some of the people who played Jason Voorhees could come in and just give commentary as themselves, or they could play new characters that are like parodies of characters they played before that do speak. The character who played Pinhead, same thing. You could have each of them from their own house do a Rift Tracks on movies, and then you could cut and paste the three of them.
You're done for.
Now, I don't know how many people actually listen to Rift Tracks. I don't know if I've ever actually listened to Rift Tracks or watched one. But I did have seen some of Mystery Science 3000, and I assume it's as popular as that is. Alright, well, play this.
Uncharted desert awaits.
Play this.
It looks like I'm up. Well, I thought it was impressive.
And then do this.
I've got all the magic I need. Is that how you
And
treat
hit
a
that.
lady?
Moving on. Supposed to be talking about video game news. Here we have a game called Island of the Lost, which looks like a slightly low polygon walking simulator. They're calling it a hidden object collectathon game. It doesn't look terrible. It's $7.19, and while this may be asset flips, it does seem like it's fairly connected. So I'm going to put this on the follow list, but it'll probably never get reviews. Here we have a game called Fisherman's House, which does have dark screenshot syndrome and looks like a horror asset flip. Early access $4.99. PlayStation 5 consoles will be available at the UK retailer Game today. This article I think may have been a couple days ago though, so it's probably too late if you're looking for the PlayStation. At this point, it's barely news to say that the PlayStation is it's barely news to say the PlayStation 5 is available for sale. That they are getting some in stock off and on in several places. Video Game Chronicle says a new Metroid Dread update fixes a progression bug and several other issues. I think what I want to do here, and doing this early in the stream might work a little bit better, is let's just powerhouse through some news, start this, and just really ignore the game and hope they get frustrated and disconnect. Metroid has sold fairly well. I'm not sure I've seen the sales number lately, though, for Metroid Dread in Japan. And that's what I want to keep an eye out for, is because if Metroid actually sells fairly well in Japan, which I don't think it is going to, but if it did, then Nintendo would have to take a lot more attention towards the Metroid series, which has always historically been kind of a failure of a series in Japan, and that's why we see less concern or interest around it as far as Nintendo is concerned. I don't know what these little disconnects happen. This happens with Shadowverse on my network, and then this happens with the mobile cell phone game, which I'm playing, Destiny Child, which, yeah, they're onto a new expansion as far as Destiny Child. It happens in Destiny Child a lot, and I just think in general their servers are bad. I also have the uncensored or less censored tap version installed using a Asian Play Store tap, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is trying to connect to Asian servers, and that could be the delay. Could also be trying to load in ads, and I have it set up to ad block most ads on the internet, my router in general. So yeah, I can't imagine the experience people are having if they don't have ad blockers installed. Like, it must just be absolutely awful playing any game on a mobile phone or doing any app or anything on a mobile phone without ad blockers installed. It just pop up ads all over the place. And I doubt any of those ads are actually making money.
How about a prank?
Moving on, Rydo Republic has launched a free 4-hour trial, if you're interested. This is from Ubisoft, I guess. I haven't checked it yet, but apparently one of my live streams did get another content ID claim, so arguably the attempt to stop that from happening is not extreme enough, and it's already fairly extreme. Of course, my channel would have to be monetized before I'd really concern myself with that too much. There there are a couple of YouTubers I've noticed that have kind of stopped making content, and then they realized, oh, my channel is about to fall out of monetization. I need to get more views and more watch time. I also, a YouTuber created a spin-off channel, and then they're trying to make a clip channel, but they want to monetize it, so their very first thing is to put on a 2-hour live stream to get people to get the watch time and subscribers up so they can monetize it. And that feels fairly sleazy, and I don't know how many people really want to support that venture, even if you support the creator, to say, hey, like, I'm gonna make this channel, but I'm only gonna make this clips channel if it makes me money, and so you've got to subscribe to this other channel and watch this special video that is completely different from all the other videos that will ever be on here, because it's going to be super long, where the clips are going to be short.
Too slow.
That just seems like you're asking a lot of your audience at that point. And YouTube is just so stupid with pushing and promoting the idea of clips, but then making every single system antithetical to the idea that clips would be successful on YouTube. And they're trying to introduce a new system for clips, and maybe those new systems will work better, but I don't know if they really will or not. Like, clearly the logical thing would be to have clips be part of a main channel, but not something that would hurt the recommendation of new footage because they're too short and they have low watch time or low views. Clearly that they need to just fix their algorithm to say, alright, this series of videos goes in one series and it should be evaluated that way, and this series of videos goes in another series and that's evaluated a different way. Speaking of series, I think, I can't confirm it, but it seems to me like YouTube's probably abandoned the idea of seasons and episode numbers, or at least they've never rolled it out for everybody to use. Community tab still is not something I have access to, so as far as I can tell. They heavily pushed towards the idea of the community tab and then did nothing with it for smaller people who could actually interact with the community more.
Loyalty is ironclad.
Right.
March on! Harder armor! Steel yourself!
And in a lot of ways, the community tab idea for YouTube is just yet another attempt to make a social media site, which, if Google was smart, they would make a new social media site and they would say, hey, this is the competition against Facebook, once again, as people are mad at Facebook, and we're really going to support it this time, and we're giving like a 10-year plus guarantee, lifetime guarantee. We're never going to take down this site. We're never going to abandon this project. It should just be a lifetime guarantee. Moving on back to video game news, Assassin's Creed Valhalla's next major expansion could be Dawn of Ragnarok, which, yeah, this is the kind of groupthink I'm talking about. How many games are around the concept of Vikings and Ragnarok, particularly at the moment? It's a very high number. And the only reason why that number is that high is because the Vikings TV show was popular 4 or 5 years ago, and now it's no longer popular, so it just feels awkward to have so many of the same thing. moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Activision asked Suda51 to make a Deadpool game over a decade ago. There was a Deadpool game about a decade ago, which is interesting, certainly, but obviously there's nothing to really say there. Suda51 kind of speaking out of turn talking about this. He says he would still love to make one with Marvel. I guess the implication there is that Activision would not be involved. Right. Do we want to attack here? Or do this? I think we want to do this.
This town eats good folk for breakfast. Hands up! Hands up!
Better than in the cradle. That's how the catnip crumbles.
Steel yourself.
Attack there.
Die,
And
creeper.
there. Let's see. Video Game Chronicle says Apex Legends has revealed Season 11's new island map. This is, I think, the 4th largest map that they've made. I don't know how many people are still playing Apex Legends or how many people ever were playing Apex Legends though. So I'll leave it there. A patent PlayStation feature. PlayStation has patented a feature that would allow players to pay to kick others from the game. Patent is designed to let spectators bench players for their performance. This is probably more to do with the idea of just patent wars and patenting something so nobody else can do it. I doubt Sony would really try to implement something like that. Seems like every time Video Games Chronicle talks about Sony these days, they're putting the same commercial up, and at a certain point, are they just getting paid under the table to play the same weird commercial? Which, I mean, it is weird. I can say that much.
This is where I truly
I didn't
shine.
really need to do that, but whatever.
Steel yourself.
Let's take that victory. I think most people would have hated that. Hate that if that got implemented.
Destroy them.
I can't imagine there being too many scenarios where swordcraft or bloodcraft. You know what? Let's try some bloodcraft. I haven't played bloodcraft in a while. Tournament ramp. Unranked. Yeah, I can't really imagine a scenario, even if it was like a major esport and it was some kind of weird, almost Coliseum arena style fighting game where people can put their thumb up or thumb down and cheer and boo for people and determine whether they'll throw a fighter to the lions or not. But actually it was the Emperor that would put the thumbs up and thumbs down, not just general people, but the booing and screaming probably did affect whether or not the Emperor would thumbs up or thumbs down a character. I could kind of see the thought process there, but in the actual implementation, I just don't see any way that gets implemented that people would be happy about that. You would just almost certainly have whales spending money just to troll
Victory is all that
like
matters.
crazy. And the thing about asking for money that should happen, and I think often doesn't happen, is people should say, hey, before I ask for some amount of money, am I actually providing something that is worth this amount of money I'm offering? And the answer to that question a lot of times is no, you're not offering anything worth it. Even if they were asking for just like fractions of pennies to bench a player, are you offering something that is really worth it at that point? I would say no. Are you bettering society with this effort? I would definitely say no on that point. Yeah. I think you are just, frankly, being sleazy more than anything. And I guess Video Game Chronicles, as we move forward on the story, had this interview, and this was an interview, so they've broken up the Suda51 interview several times and reposted it. So they have Suda51 on Future Plans, Deadpool, and Nintendo Remake Dream. Now, I want you to take a moment, as we're not going to read this, as far as take note that this is on Future Plans, and the future plans that he says in this interview is that they have like 10 years of projects they're planning on, and that they're done with the No More Heroes series in general, and that they're in a very good place, generally speaking. What he most definitely does not talk about is being acquired by a new company, which Grasshopper Games, Suda51's company, has been acquired, and we'll get to that news story fairly quickly here. So basically, he came out and did an interview for the last time, potentially, where he'd be allowed to interview, and now the company has been acquired. I wouldn't be surprised if within a year Suda51 is not even working with them and is retired, and either that happens or he is just silenced and as now a subsidiary of a bigger company. But we'll get to that story in a second. The Uncharted movie trailer has officially been released following a leaked teaser. So I guess these are the Uncharted people. I mean, inherently this looks fine. I would say what you're seeing here is a leather gun holder that was made in a prop department and not weathered well enough. And while you have a fairly, like, somewhat wrinkled short here, this short's not particularly that weathered either. So if this is their day one on their adventure, I would say you need to beat up this leather. Leather, when brand new, looks pretty bad. You need to beat it up quite a bit. Let's see, is this the actual... I guess it's Mark Wahlberg in it. Yeah. And when he comes out of the water and the rest of that looks a little bit better. But I would say generally they all kind of feel like they have perfect makeup on and they're too clean, too well lit. It doesn't seem to me like Mark Wahlberg is playing Nathan Drake. So it seems like this younger actor is going to be the Nathan Drake character, and Mark Wahlberg is going to be the potential name and draw to establish this new kid actor, which that's what I want to see in movies, definitely, is that you have newer actors given a chance to really succeed and establish a movie, particularly in video game movies where expectations should be a little bit lower. Testing out a new action sequence. It would be really bad if Mark Wahlberg really is Nathan Drake and he's the connecting character. It would be really bad. And that's an interesting action scene, swinging from the lighting chandelier. But yeah. I don't know if you're really expecting too much from an Uncharted movie. As someone who hasn't played the Uncharted movies, the Uncharted games, I'm not really sure what to expect. This definitely, the sequence here looks like it is a video game, a thing that probably happened, so they definitely probably needed to try and replicate it. Looks like there's going to be a lot of action. Yeah. I think it's worth mentioning, though, like, teasers and trailers for the Assassin's Creed movie looked, I think, alright when they first came out. And that's the whole point of the teasers and trailers. And the teasers for movies are often made by a completely different studio. So the actual movie could look and feel way different. My only real concern here is we, in the teaser trailer, never saw him use a gun. Even in this screenshot, he is not holding a gun. So I think there's a fairly large amount of first-person shooting in the Uncharted games. You gotta have some more gunshots and less of the kung fu fighting, hand-to-hand combat fighting elements. Yeah. There's, I think, some tease for later characters, which they all kind of look fine in the movie versions. But yeah, I'd say they need to kind of dirty themselves up a little bit, put some holes, some tears, stains on the shirts and outfits. They need to actually have a gun that gets shot every now and then. In all fairness, the Indiana Jones movie, often I think Indiana Jones had a gun on him too, and would instead use a whip or fist fight or something. In a lot of ways, it makes a lot of sense to focus on the Uncharted series and not make Indiana Jones 5, and instead work on building enough time where it just logically would make a lot of sense to not include Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones and then reboot Indiana Jones. Like, now would be the time to pay a lot of money to Harrison Ford to have him endorse a reboot from a younger actor, remaking the movies for a modern generation. I don't think you want to go animated or CG with Indiana Jones, but you could probably have a spin-off cartoon that you could have Harrison Ford voice if he wants to voice it. I don't know if he even would want to do that, but yeah, moving to a new generation actor, and that's the best thing I see here, is that you've got a younger looking actor who can probably be signed onto a 4-movie deal or longer.
My raging flames! That twig won't do a thing.
Let's see. Next week's free Epic Games Store title has been released. Dark Complete Edition will be replaced with Among the Sleep, which games with names like Among the Sleep are at this point, getting a quote from Kotaku is a bad one. Yeah, I remember this game, but there's so many games that have weird names like this, like Among the Sleep, that it's hard to remember which one is which. Like, if you had told me Among the Sleep was one of the ones with a teddy bear walking around in a child's dreams, I would totally have believed you. So we want to give this one 8 defense. We'll play that. Video Game Chronicles has an article here. Essential features are missing from the Battlefield 2042 beta are in the full game, says DICE. Which, yeah, you're not really doing a beta if at that point you're doing an alpha. Like, all the features should be available in some form or fashion. Maybe there could be hard limiters in a beta, but even at that doesn't really make sense. all the features should be in a beta. That's what beta means, is that you've gotten past the feature lock stage of an alpha and you're testing all the features. And that really just goes to show how dishonest and disingenuous most betas for video games actually are, is that they have nothing to do with actually testing for bugs or trying to improve anything. They might as well just call them first plays or early access or network tests. If you're literally only trying to test the networking aspects, you should just call it a network test. The flippant way in which people are willing to be dishonest in how they describe their games just highlights the dishonesty of how business is done in general, but particularly in video games.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Let us settle this. Let us end this.
I have done the
Video Game Chronicle says Xbox new system update includes 4K dashboard on the Series X and the night mode, which I assume the night mode, which it is for everybody, and Dolby Vision, I think, was something. It's fairly late to the party to introduce a night mode, but they now, having introduced that, have to commit to that in all future updates and all tweaks and changes, which probably isn't that hard, really. And 4K dashboard on the Series X makes sense. I don't know if the Series S can support 4K. I think it does, so that seems a little weird that wouldn't be supported on the Series S also. It makes sense that it might not be on other platforms.
The hour of judgment has come.
Alright, let's see. Deal 8 damage to all other followers. Okay.
Get it? I'm done.
I bestow upon
Video
you
Game
my
Chronicles has an article here. Xbox is reportedly working on a cloud-native MMO. It's claimed the project is the debut game from the Finnish studio Mainframe. Alright, a cloud-based MMO.
Ones shall flee before me.
I mean, that might work. The bigger part of that feels like it would be a stumbling block is
My beloved little
making an
sister.
MMO that will succeed and that's good, much more than the cloud-based element. I trust the cloud-based stuff. I don't trust the MMO stuff. Alright, let's see. What should we do? Do this one,
Ink is all it takes to be
and
consumed.
then this one,
Uncharted desert awaits.
and then this one. Then end the turn. And here's the article I've been trying to get to on Video Games Chronicle. The No More Heroes studio Grasshopper has been acquired by the Chinese publisher NetEase. CEO Sudi51 says the deal will help the No More Heroes studios create more good content. So they did this whole interview, and then less than a week later, they're acquired by the NetEase, which is the second largest game company in China behind Tencent. They signed an equity transfer agreement in May, and now the deal will go ahead. Yeah, and almost certainly, the way this is being done, you have to just assume that Suda51 is not going to be allowed to talk as freely as he was a week earlier. I can't help but kind of assume that there is a possibility that they would like, this is the weirdness, is you'd think NetEase might try and drastically change the focus and the way things are made, and maybe even just run Grasshopper Games down the tube just out of a nationalism mentality. But then as a business, they probably don't want to do that. If anything, I would totally believe Tencent or NetEase if they said, actually, we would really love to not be a Chinese company at all. We'd love to not be under the thumb of communist China. But they have too much investment and too much of a problem trying to not be a company. I don't know if companies can really get out of being under the thumb of whatever country they're based out of. You would basically have to sell off assets and try and just funnel as much equity out as possible. The only thing I've seen that's even somewhat like that is the case of the ARM chip manufacturer just going completely rogue in China, and the Chinese government allowing them to go completely rogue and steal the intellectual property. And yeah, maybe that's what's really going to happen here, is that NetEase is just going to steal the code and the intellectual property of Grasshopper Games. It is going to be a walking on eggshells relationship, certainly, as you have a Chinese company that has to walk on eggshells with the Chinese government, and a Japanese company known for making fairly weird, extreme stuff, very bloody, which China doesn't like blood, very anime and Japanese centric content, which China doesn't like Japan, and Japan doesn't like China. Very weird. I don't know if the weird translates to NetEase, really. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden Grasshopper Games is just this weird support company that is making more NetEase style games. But yeah, generally this is not going to be seen as a good thing for Grasshopper Games from the Japanese audience. They have effectively shot themselves in the foot. Maybe they were already shot in the foot with the Japanese audience, but the Western audience could go one way or the other and not even care. More likely they wouldn't even care. But yeah, this is going to feel like a big betrayal.
Lose yourself in this final dance.
If we look at the Wikipedia category of NetEase games, you have one called Cyber Hunter, you have Diablo Immortal, Fantasy Westward Journey, Identity 5, Marvel Duel, Marvel Super War, Revelation Online, Rules of Survival, and Westward Journey Online. So it becomes really questionable where NetEase would like they really have no business having the money or the ability to acquire companies, and the only reason they probably have money is because the Chinese government is probably giving them money in the background and or just allowing them to lie about how much money they have. So we look at their main listings. They partnered with Blizzard, which that's probably not a good thing. Here's an incident in October of 2020 where it was ordered to undergo recertification, and suspend all comments functions after censors found inappropriate, they say, comments in their app. So they've been allowed, because of the way China is protectionist, to have to partner with Blizzard for Overwatch and Mojang for Minecraft Pocket Edition in China and Minecraft. They are partnering to do EVE Online, Diablo Immortal. They're apparently developing the Lord of the Rings Rise to War for iOS, Tom and Jerry Chase for iOS and Android, and Harry Potter Magic Awakened for iOS and Android. There's really no reason at all for NetEase to be acquiring Grasshopper Games if Grasshopper Games is actually going to make any kinds of games like they used to. Like, there's no connection or comparison there at all. And we are definitely seeing a decent number of people leaving companies. It's kind of weird, though, that Suda51 would potentially sell off Grasshopper Games and the intellectual property of Grasshopper Games to a company if he was planning on leaving and taking all the staff with him. Although at a certain point, if you've done your trilogy with No More Heroes, you've made as much money as you can there. Maybe you've got new ideas that you want to take to a new company while still making some profit off of the old things. Yeah. I mean, that might be a shrewd business move, but you're effectively selling off your babies to do something new. But that's not too far from what Notch did with Minecraft, selling off the super successful Minecraft to Microsoft and Mojang as a company to Minecraft so that he could then go and allegedly work on small independent games. I'm not sure he's ever released or made any other games. If he's programming games, he might be programming them just for himself or releasing them under some kind of pseudonym. That would be funny if we found out that Notch has been releasing several games under a different name. But yeah, that does not feel like a good move. But maybe it is some kind of weird reverse merger. Maybe Grasshopper Games will become the actual company and NetEase will be technically a parent company, but 90% of all the profits and funding gets shifted back to Grasshopper Games, and the real work is all done outside of China and actually in Japan. It might be a case where shifting money is the real motivation there, and if you have so much money in stocks and shares that the only way you could launder that money out to a different company would be to acquire it.
We'll return light to the canal.
I don't know how you would actually achieve that, but that would be an interesting idea. Video Game Chronicles Doom Eternal's Horde mode has been unveiled ahead of the game's biggest free update. This will also include Battle Mode 2.0 and new master levels. I assume Battle Mode 2.0 is probably the player versus player content or the multiplayer content. Video Game Chronicles says PUBG's futuristic mobile sequel New State launches in November, which I'm not sure if we've seen this before.
The blade rights never back down.
The question I suppose to ask here is how much of this trailer is really going to be representative of what the game actually is. It has an anarchy in the name. This really just feels like PUBG to me. Like I'm not, unless the gameplay mechanics are somehow just significantly different, or if they're introducing the idea of roads and vehicles, that would be enough of a different mechanic, I suppose. But the only other thing I could think of is that this would potentially be a single player content game instead of being a multiplayer game.
today. Are you worth your weight in gold?
Problem here certainly is that I just don't care about PUBG, so if you don't have fandom towards PUBG, you're not likely to really care about
Those acorns
a
out of the woods. A chance for a grand slam.
you're not likely to care about a new game that looks exactly like PUBG. Here we have a game on Steam called Hacker Simulator, which doesn't seem like you're doing a lot of all of it just in front of a screen, which is probably a good thing. Like, the real act of potentially trying to do penetration testing and hacking is fairly boring and time consuming. So the more of it you can turn into a Matrix style video game aspect, in the same way that most video games shouldn't really show you or simulate the actual experience, the better. You can see this is mostly positive already. 2374 English full audio. I think that deserves a follow. Okay. Can we get a rally? We can do this.
Speed things up.
We can not. Well, we can do this, I guess.
Ready for
You little.
That gets the rally count up.
Are you
Then we
worth
can
your
attack
weight in
here
gold?
Too slow.
and here. Next, we have a game on Steam called Nami, which doesn't look like it's much of anything. I don't think it supports English. Early access, $9.99, Portuguese, Brazil.
Chance for a grand slam.
Yep. Just kind of feels like an NES game with oddly 8-way directional shooting, which is not something you see much of these days for a good reason. Here we have a game called That Role Playing, which looks like a Rogue clone, which doesn't look interesting. $7.77. I'm surprised we don't see more games priced at that. English only. $7.77 is too expensive, but it is something that you would kind of expect to see more people do. 1, 2, 3. Attack that. Then we'll just attack that.
march on!
There's no time for you, slug. Too slow.
Are you worth your weight in gold?
So if this guy can do 3 damage to me. Actually, I didn't need to kill that last one, did I? Could have done some more damage. Here we have a game called Lyrica, which looks like it's a puzzle game, musical game.
Of my 9 flames.
It's from Digipen, so it's probably a student project. It's free,
And those
English
acorns
only.
flying out
Well,
of the woods.
some Digipen student projects look pretty low effort or pretty bad or just very generic. I'd say they're more generic than even low effort or bad.
Mine alone.
This looks interesting though. It's kind of taking that game Loom to a new generation and a better idea. A better way to implement the concept of Loom. Okay. You can play this and evolve this.
Axes, blades in the east.
You can do this
Revolution in my right hand, might in my left.
and
2 blades in one go.
I can do this.
Oh
I can do this.
I shall clear us a path!
Filthy little.
Shashing!
Do that.
One step closer to victory! One doesn't have to be a... Flank them!
Do that.
Too slow.
Are you worth your
That.
weight in
And
gold?
that. So if I can survive, I can potentially win the next turn. Next we have a game on Steam here, Tandem: A Tale of Shadows. If this wasn't Steam, I'd almost remove these top banner ads. But since it's a Steam, I won't. Here we have what looks like a platformer. And see, this thumbnail and this cutscene looks really good, but then the actual game is this kind of weird top-down experience. And then it turns sideways sometimes, the perspective. Interesting. When the teddy bear is playing, he walks in a sideways perspective of what she does. Alright, and so it's a light and shadow puzzle game. I would almost argue that it should be the other way around, that the bear should be top down and the girl should be sideways and then color. This is $17.49, English full audio, several other languages. Let's put this on the follow list. I think there might actually be a game here. Okay. You play this.
The uncharted desert awaits.
Do we have enough? 12.
This is our last push.
Time to appraise your worth.
2 blades
One.
in one go.
Shashing!
2,
Too slow.
3.
Are you worth your weight in gold?
Absurd.
Absurd!
General, we destroyed them.
So where are we on our missions? Because like today, yeah, we get one more victory with Swordcraft or Bloodcraft, and we are just done with the daily quest, and that is just great news. So let's make sure we're done with the news fairly quickly, because we can leave some games over. Oh, EU's on the chat saying hi. I'm sorry about that. I haven't even been really paying attention to that. That was like 11 minutes ago. I don't want to get too mopey or too upset or whiny here, but I will say there has been kind of a lack of comments in the past couple week and a half, 2 weeks, so I haven't really been paying attention to the comments, so that's the reason why I didn't see it. Yeah, there's been a lack of views and a lack of things in general. I don't know if that's my content as much as the season. Like, for a lot of people, this is the busy season when you're just expected to do more with your family, more for Black Friday, for Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas, New Year's. Having time for yourself, having time to watch a YouTube video tends to stop happening at this time, and so it tends to get fairly slow, which arguably does mean instead of me having a reset point every October for a Halloween month, I probably should have a reset point somewhere else, somewhere around February, maybe. I don't know if I'm playing the right cards, but
Go ahead and play for now, fairies.
yeah, I played that wrong. I should have given this can't be attacked by playing this second. Let's see.
Oh, come on!
What did that do? Let's see. Follow strike, deal X damage to the equal enemy leader. X equals half of the followers attack rounded up. So I could have attacked and done 1 damage to the enemy leader instead of 2. Let's see. Moving on. Video Game Chronicles Advanced Wars 1+2 reboot camp has been delayed until spring 2022. Which, yeah, that sucks. EU goes, yeah, he says, sorry for the last few weeks. I haven't watched your YouTube channel a lot. That is definitely not on you, EU. It's not on anybody, really. People are busy. My insomnia has been crazy. I've been streaming at weird times. Like, I love and appreciate every bit of support I get, but I at no point expect it. It would be insane to expect it from anybody, and it is the height of ridiculousness to blame anybody other than myself for the lack of success on my YouTube channel. Like, my YouTube channel, like all YouTube channels, has to try somehow to defeat the algorithm, and that's the best way to describe it, to convince not one person, not 2 people, but thousands upon thousands of people to watch your videos and like them and subscribe and click the bell and really be viewers as a mass, not viewers as individuals. But yeah, one person can't make my channel succeed. The only one person that can make my channel succeed is me and the content I make. And anybody who can reprogram the YouTube algorithm and hack it for me, I guess, would be the other person that could succeed, but that's not really going to happen. Yeah.
Knows no bounds.
But yeah. One view in like the first hour of a YouTube channel does help, or while something's live does help, but if I don't have at least 1,000, I would say, people, probably closer to something like 200 or 300 people watching a video in the first couple hours, the algorithm is not going to pay it any attention and not going to recommend it to anybody else. And I still am getting plenty of views from like older content. Like, I don't know if my watch time is particularly great, but it's fairly high. EU continues here. I was watching other YouTube channels. I had your notifications on, so I had not forgot about you. I just didn't feel like watching your channel the last few weeks, which is fine. Yeah. Like, if you could tell me specific reasons, maybe I could, why you didn't feel like it, maybe I could take that to heart. But if you can't think of those reasons, don't strain yourself either. But yeah, I can definitely think off the top of my head why, like, people burn out. It is kind of crazy going through the video game news, and I don't know how many people want to hear any kind of news, video game or otherwise. I do often kind of say the same things over and over again, so I can see people getting exhausted on that. I personally get bored of YouTubers and stop watching them. There was a long time when I was watching like PewDiePie and Captain Sparkles, and while I'm still subscribed to them, I don't really watch their content.
Zed's crown shall be no
like, while I was playing The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, I was watching a lot of other people play Binding of Isaac Rebirth, but now I'm not really doing that, so yeah.
There's a lot more where that came from.
bow down before the master
Yeah.
of frost.
EU says, but I think I'm gonna begin to watch your Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice series because I'm curious about that game. Okay.
Consider this your trial.
That does give me some feedback, certainly. Maybe it does take a week or two before people decide to start watching a series, or almost a month, like at this point, because Hellblade was started airing around October, and maybe people do realize that they want to just watch it in big bursts. If I could get better statistics, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people do want to watch an entire series all the way in a row. That's how I watch content, certainly. And certainly that would make the argument that if I had the energy within me and the time, I should probably just live stream my gameplays of a game as quickly as possible, and then try and break it up into episodes later on. But I just am not consistent enough to do that. That kind of Twitch-like way of playing games. I would be live streaming in the middle of the night at like 3 in the morning when nobody's gonna watch it for sure. And then there would be a really weird inconsistency as far as when videos get released too. I could almost see that idea, though. Instead of breaking it up into hourly and scheduling things on daily and having to spend so much effort and time scheduling videos, which I still haven't done. I'm going to make a special effort this weekend to force myself to finish that, to get scheduling done this weekend. But I've said that for nearly a month now. But yeah. If I had just like one long live stream or 12 episodes come out all on the same day, I don't know if that is a better system. That seems like that's fairly far away from what TV does. Yeah. If I had like a producer or something, I'd probably let them experiment quite a bit, just to see better ways to present footage, whether more needs to come out quicker in bigger chunks or less needs to come out, the chunks need to be smaller. Anyways, back to the video game news. A PlayStation State of Play returns next week with a focus on third-party games. PS4 and PS5 games will be shown during the 22-minute broadcast, I think is what I saw, not 20 minutes. Which, yeah, PlayStation kind of needs to counter the fact that the God of War just came out on PC, because that really does feel like a big loss for PlayStation as an exclusive. And either they needed to have come out and said, oh, this is totally our idea and this is totally something we support completely, or they needed to try and steal the thunder from that by having an announcement out at the same time or earlier. It's very hard to believe that there's going to be anything at this PlayStation Direct that that would beat the announcement of God of War on PC. EU says, also, I try to keep up with your series, but you upload so fast and your videos are so long that I'm in the middle of a series and you're beginning the next one. Yeah, I don't know how to adjust for that, though. Like, the only hope I could have there, I think, would be that people would pick and choose and watch some and not watch the others. But that's not really what the YouTube algorithm works for. At certain points, that's an argument for making another channel and putting specific game, like one game on one channel on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. On every weekday, putting out a new game on one channel, and then on the weekday putting out everything on the other channel. That's kind of where the algorithm would look for it, because what pretty much can't happen is that I can't become pickier about the games I make, and I'm not willing to spend the energy and time to change the format of my show and edit into just clips. Yeah. The good thing about YouTube is until YouTube collapses, which hopefully it never does, my videos will always be up. You can always find a playlist. You can always go back and watch it later. You can just save things for later. That doesn't particularly help the views at the current moment, but it would help my views later on. But yeah, since I'm not willing to edit the footage, I want to show the full gameplay experience, and I'm talking incessantly anyway, so it would be very hard with the way I make content to edit it down and say, here's me saying one thing, or here's me doing a 5-minute review on a 60-hour or a 200-hour game. Yeah, I don't know how to make my content any shorter. I could probably reduce several minutes off of any footage if I had an editor just removing uhs and ums, but then again, that once again would be removing the video game content, and then it becomes an edited product that then I'm making something completely different. But yeah, I do know that some of that would happen. That if I did edit it, I would be gaining a different kind of audience and making a different kind of content. But when I started my YouTube channel, it definitely was around the certain way that I wanted to play video games and talk about playing video games, and at a certain point I don't want to compromise myself so much that I'm just trying to make a YouTube channel to be popular, particularly in video game YouTube channels, which never succeed on YouTube. EU continued, I love your channel, but the only complaint I have is that you upload too fast for me and I can't keep up. And honestly, of all the complaints that any producer or content creator can have, that is the one they want to hear the most. That when you're saying, hey, you're making so much that, and I love it, that is a compliment to content creators, is that I don't have enough time in the day to enjoy all your content. Like, because that's what you want to really do, is you want to potentially over deliver on a product, and if anything, you've complimented me much more greatly than you realize by that comment, because what I absolutely would hate to hear is that I am ambivalent about your content or your channel. I really don't care about it. I sometimes check it out, sometimes I don't. You get boring, you suck, personal attacks, things like that. Those are the kinds of complaints I don't want to hear. Or you're just bad at making content. But to say you love the content and to say you're overwhelmed with the amount, I've kind of done what I was trying to do and succeeded. Has YouTube rewarded me for succeeding at my goal? No. But nonetheless, that's what I was trying to do, was over deliver on content and make as good of a content as I could. EU also continues, I was watching your Indiana Jones gameplay. I assume that's Lego Indiana Jones. No, it probably was Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis that he's talking about, because he was watching that. And I stopped watching your videos for a couple weeks, and you have like 3 more series now. Yeah. Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis wasn't a particularly long series, so yeah.
I need more beer, more talent.
Got a job to do.
Let's see, we want to keep this one, I guess, and this one, and this one. And then
Die, creep.
Attack this one.
My loyalty is
Evolve
ironclad.
this one.
March on!
And then attack
Harder,
this one.
armor. Steel yourself.
And certainly I'm from the other perspective as a content creator, as somebody who has like, I believe I have over 1,000 games in my Steam account, and I imagine 800 of those games still haven't been covered in any form or fashion. As somebody who has kind of taken on an insane task of trying to play every game he owns on a Steam account that owns quite a lot, I am always from the perspective of I need to play more. I need to make more content. I'm not doing enough. I'm not working hard enough. Is where I often fall into and feel like I'm trying to do. My whole channel definitely was from the idea of if I can't do quality, I will do quantity. And ideally, I was hoping that in some distant future, when I could potentially retire, people, when looking for video game gameplay, would be directed to my channel and my coverage of a game over anyone else on YouTube's coverage, because I have a level of consistency. I have the full coverage there. I think I get kind of screwed on YouTube because there's a lot of people that do no commentary gameplay, which I feel like that's not really fair use. I don't see any way you can claim that's fair use, and I think YouTube should probably punish and remove no commentary gameplay videos, even if they are succeeding as far as the algorithm is concerned. And then at the very least, I would just be competing against people who are playing on a similar play field, or that at the very least, if the algorithm could tell the difference between a video with no commentary and a video full of commentary. My channel also kind of beats up beats channels like Giant Bomb that just does a 1 hour quick look, and that's most big mainstream video game journalism videos that get put on YouTube.
Enemy or no.
Like, because like my channel does way more and shows way more of the game and talks about way more of the game than something like Giant Bomb. So again, if my channel was not considered or compared to the same on the same category as something like Giant Bomb that just does a quick look, then I imagine my videos would get more views that way too. Although maybe most people do just want a quick look or a edited review. Like X-Play has Adam Sessler doing, well, no, G4 has Adam Sessler basically doing X-Play again and doing these 5-minute reviews, 10-minute reviews of games. That's a very different thing from what I do. EU continues. I would like your videos to be shorter or upload more slowly, but no pressure. Then he adds later, yeah, I too hate the no commentary videos. They're so boring. Yeah. I don't see how they aren't fairly boring, and like the thing about the no commentary videos is they just shouldn't be allowed on YouTube, because if you don't like what I'm saying, you can just mute the audio and watch the video, and you're still supporting somebody who's actually trying to make content and add something there. That's your own personal preference and option. If YouTube had a way to stream multiple audio channels, I would even be willing to set that up. It would be fairly easy in OBS, which actually does have this capability, for me to put the commentary track of me talking in a separate track and put it up in as a video, and then you could potentially mute me and still hear the game music, or mute the game music and just hear me. YouTube doesn't support that though. If they ever did support that, OBS would almost certainly be capable of doing that. What that probably would mean is that YouTube would have to overhaul its back end of how it processes videos being uploaded or live streamed to support MKV files more than MP4 files, which right now it's mostly just handling MP4 files, and if you give it something else, it's just converting it to an MP4 file after that. The only way I could imagine my channel ever would upload less often, I don't think it would ever be shorter videos. Like, because if I start, I'm a blowhard. I know I am. I talk too much. I am not usually rambling on too much, but sometimes I'm doing that too. But I can't imagine that I could make videos shorter and actually play the game and actually like say the same amount of stuff I'm saying in less words. And that would be drastically different kind of channel and just not the kind of content I would want to make. But if I was going to upload more slowly, the only scenario I imagine that would happen is I would have to get incredibly far behind. I would have to figure out, hey, am I going to put out new footage on Mondays, which is much more in line with what most content creators do, is that they'll put out a new video like once a week at most. I'd have to figure out what day I would put it out on, and I would basically have to be working at some other kind of job or something that would just all of a sudden take out a lot more of my time. My lifestyle would have to change really drastically to kind of justify that, and that has always been a possibility. At some point I could just be broke and I may need to go flip burgers at McDonald's or work at Walmart or something, and then that would take up most of my life, probably to the point where I wouldn't put out any content at all. But yeah, maybe if I was doing something like that, I don't know how physically capable. I don't think I'm actually physically capable to work at Walmart or flip burgers these days, but yeah, I would basically have to completely back burner my channel, and that's what it would definitely feel like to me, is that I would just be neglecting my channel and playing considerably less video games and putting out considerably less footage. But yeah, if I did get very, very far behind, I could schedule a video to come out once a week. But the back end part of that probably would irritate a lot of people is if I was releasing a series like The Binding of Isaac Rebirth when it comes out once a week. That's probably a third of a year. It's not uncommon to have 100 episodes. 100 episodes once a week is 2 years, actually. There's 52 weeks in a year, come to think of it. Yeah. So yeah, there's probably about 100 episodes on Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Do people really want to have to take the entirety of a year? When I see people put out episodes of Binding of Isaac, they are doing it pretty frequently, once a week, once every weekday, not once a week. Like I can't really imagine that I would keep too many people's attention for that long if I was putting out a series over the course of a year. And even a shorter running series that only has like 10 episodes would potentially take like two and a half months for it to air. I don't know if I don't think there would be a lot of people that would be happy with that, even if that's what they think they would want. And at a certain point, I would just be getting pinned in as people would complain about you're not releasing fast enough compared to people saying you're releasing too often, and the only middle ground there would be to just release less content, and then the third point of that triangle would be then people would start complaining about you're not releasing enough content or you're not playing the game I want you to play.
Hostile life form detected.
You've proven your worth.
Yeah, it would probably be more realistic to say every other day. And maybe there's a pattern there that would work.
Completing
If
termination
on
sequence.
Mondays was one game and on Tuesdays was another game and then on Wednesdays was the first game. And so you went on an AB pattern. At that point, you might even break past the weekend. You maybe would want to do a
Nothing personal. It's justice. Running is always an option.
you might even want to do like a big little concept
Ready to witness my truth?
where every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday was the big game that took longer to cover, and then every Tuesday and Thursday was the shorter game, would be the shorter game. Because if you went AB, then the next week it would be BA, and that probably would mess up people quite a bit. So, like if I put out one game on Monday, then Wednesday and Friday, and then I tried to keep it balanced, then the next Monday would be the B game, and then the A game would be on Tuesday and Thursday. And if people only have like Mondays free, then they're missing content that way, and that's not really in line with the way TV show channels work. So probably would have to be a big little. I don't know if I think anything should air on the weekends. I question whether I should even be airing old Shadowverses on the weekends. I just think people probably aren't going to watch YouTube videos on the weekends. But if you broke it out and there was a show that came out on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then there was a B show that came out on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, that would give one day for people to catch up, instead of 2 days for people to catch up. But that would keep it more balanced. Yeah. And honestly, if I had more free time to experiment with these things, I probably would. But yeah. A big little concept might work.
Such a good guinea pig.
And it might make the videos
Enough with these feeble-minded
last a little bit longer and come out a little bit slower.
Finish the job.
You're through.
I would almost be tempted though, since I'm always trying to play games, is to double up on that. And yeah, I would be tempted to have 2 games on Monday and then no new episodes of those games. So an A and a C game on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then a B and D game on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And then that would mean if people are enjoying things, they still are getting twice as much content but half as fast.
Nature tramples all.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to do that, but in the past I have also kind of horribly failed to maintain that level of progress. Yeah, I kind of wonder if I shouldn't. I'm gonna give this some real thought as far as going to an A and B day and stretching things out to come out a little less often.
Sisters, I love.
E goes, maybe I should deactivate the bell to stop reminding me that you're uploading and go at my rhythm. That might be very much what is best for you. I can't, like, I ask everybody to click the bell. I ask people to do quite a lot by watching every single video and watching every second of my video, because that's what the algorithm asks. It is the same problem just being pushed on to me by the algorithm that I and all YouTube content creators then have to push on to viewers. So yes, I would say for your own sanity, it probably is better for you to deactivate the bell and go at your own rhythm. That doesn't really affect my channel in any ways or hurt my feelings in any ways. Like, I would much prefer to have a happy viewer enjoying at their own pace than just shoving things down people's face until the point where they just get overwhelmed and frustrated. In many times in interacting with people, I have overwhelmed them. Generally speaking, and I don't want this to come off as insulting, but it almost certainly will be. I don't think most people have as much mental bandwidth as I do, personally. So I think I do 2-3 times as much in a day as most people do. A lot of people are just getting slowed down because they can't move as fast as I can. I probably have like a hyperthyroid issue or something that makes me move twice as fast. I watch YouTube videos at 2x speed. I do recommend that if you can do it. Speed up to 1.5 times, 1.25 times, or 2 times. That's how I watch most YouTube videos, if you can pull it off, but I imagine a lot of people can't do that, and I bet EU in particular can't do that because he's not a English as his first language viewer, I don't believe. So it probably is incredibly difficult to impossible for someone who doesn't natively speak English to watch something at 2x speed. But yeah, I have definitely overwhelmed people with things, talking to people, suggesting things, just having ideas. A lot of people in other scenarios, like coworkers in particular, don't want to make any changes or do anything. So I've definitely had some cases where I've ended up hating coworkers because they are just obstructions to the idea of progress, to any progress, because they just want to be lazy and do nothing, or they just can't handle the idea of change or new ideas. I basically quit one of my first jobs because the entire company was full of basically obstructionist, lazy employees that in the middle, it was working at a TV station in the middle of the transition to HD, a time when it obviously should have been a lot of change and a lot of growth and improvement, and nobody was willing to change or improve or even really wanted to transition to HD at all. And they really weren't. All they were doing was just like upscaling basically the signal without upgrading any of the source images. So you were getting effectively like a 512 line NTSC interlace signal that was just getting upscaled to like 480p. I think was probably what they were sending it out. And they weren't happy with that, and nobody was ever going to change that. EU goes, okay, I just deactivated the bell. That's fine. He also continues, I used to watch videos at 2x, but I prefer to watch at normal speed now. Yeah. Yeah. I want people to have good experiences, so like, I'm not going to suggest something just to help my channel succeed. I'd rather die knowing people were entertained by my content penniless than just be a sellout that convinced a bunch of young kids to watch Coco Melon videos with me or something like that. Like, I could have, like, every day is a possibility for any YouTube content creator to just sell out. Like, I could certainly have tried to get those awful sponsorship deals. I could have certainly tried to just chase the trends. Very noticeably on my channel, I'm playing old games that I want to play way more than I'm running to try and play the most newest game. And the couple of times I've tried to play the newest games, I have not been rewarded by the algorithm at all. When I tried to play Witcher 3 day one of release, when I tried to play Control day one of release, those videos in those series did not get good views. Now, in fairness, when I played Hearthstone's on new expansions, that did get fairly good views. But at a certain point, I could no longer stand the idea of supporting Hearthstone and playing Hearthstone, as people were upset with Activision Blizzard for several things before the lawsuit came out. Now people are even more upset with them.
That's too
EU continues, although maybe I should watch, I used to watch videos at 2x speed, but I prefer to watch it at normal speed, although maybe I should watch your long videos in 2x. I'll think about it. Yeah. Whatever's best for you. Let's see, let's try and cover this news, otherwise this is going to go late. Kimetsu has the Monarch shipments and digital sales topping 50,000. I will say, if I did decide to, we don't need to talk about this one. Halo Infinite PC overview video is available if you want to check that out, I guess. If I did decide to go for like a big little concept and have any game come out only 2 or 3 times a week, the scheduling for all of that would be several months from now. Any change I make is going to be several months from now, so don't expect any changes to happen anytime soon. Anybody, I definitely would have to think about it, but it would be kind of the perfect time to schedule things around December or what's the January, November, yeah. That time frame is about the slowest time frame for my channel.
I bestow upon you my lightning.
But yeah, that would be a good time to experiment. He goes, I never noticed that you never made sponsorships. Now that I've noticed, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of things I do that I think people appreciate subconsciously without realizing it. Like, I just try to jump into the video, even though I might meander and talk too much at the beginning of a series sometimes, and I try to jump into it as fast as possible. There's no big intro There's no drop, as they call it. There's no music. There's nothing. We're just getting into the game as soon as possible. I try as much as I can to do that. I just say, hey everybody, this is Rydo, and today we're looking at this game, or today we're playing, or in the second episode I'll say, hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to Lego Pirates of the Caribbean or something like that, whatever game it is. And that's it, just trying to get into it as fast as possible. Nobody wants that garbage. Nobody wants that advertisement. People know what video they clicked on, so there's no reason to have an intro and talk about yourself or catch people's attention. There's no in-game advertising or advertisements. For a brief moment there, I tried to have like Amazon.com affiliate links. Amazon.com didn't want to really do business with people or honor any affiliate link purchases, and so that they irritated me, and I stopped that after a very short amount of time. And frankly, I don't consistently tell people that they should buy a game or shouldn't buy a game. I try to leave that up for everybody. I'm not one of these YouTubers. There's a gadget YouTuber that covers gadgets, but everything is awesome, everything is great, everything clicks to an Amazon.com affiliate link. So he's trying to get people to buy things, even when it is a garbage product. And he's fun to watch, but you definitely have to know that this YouTuber, when he covers something, he is not being a good critical reviewer of the product. He is just going to say everything works perfectly, everything is awesome, and there are a lot of YouTubers like that. I don't do that with video games. I don't say a video game is perfect and awesome. Yeah, the spammiest thing is I have an automatic bot that's trying to add more comments to the chat during live things, and honestly I should turn it down a little bit so it spams less. But that is the most annoying thing I think I do, other than just things I do by myself. And you know, if you find me not annoying, then I would hope you would find my channel not annoying. I would definitely hope to not have a case where I'm doing something that is making my footage worse. There, I just turned down the Nightbot, so it should pop up twice as often, or half as often. Yeah.
What do we have here?
Because that's frankly starting to even annoy me, and I know I'm being spammy there for a purpose, but yeah. Let's try and reduce the amount of it. I imagine most people just ignore Nightbot. It makes more sense for it to be spammy if there was 3 or 4 people on the chat talking to each other and talking.
Twig won't do a thing.
Moving on with video game news, Gamatsu says Gunna Fighter is coming to PC this November, which this doesn't particularly look like much of a game. Gunna Fighter. See, I don't know how you really describe this, because it kind of feels low polygon-y, but it's not that low polygon. It just kind of feels like it's a blocky Minecraft fighting game. But honestly, it looks kind of like it is closer towards a Bomberman type game. Seems like it has some kind of wonky physics in the animations and the jumping. Yeah. This is the kind of game that just doesn't look like it's really trying to be a game as much as it's just trying to trick kids into playing it. though. Yeah, I don't think I can really support that.
Prepare yourself.
What do we have here?
Let's go and evolve this and
There's a lot more where that came from.
I'm
attack.
ready for more. What do we have here?
Designs are like unhatched dragon eggs.
Let's see. Lucky Dog 1 for the Switch launches January 20th in Japan. It's currently available for PS Vita, PC, iOS, and Android. It seems like this is either a yaoi, like guy on guy, gay visual novel, or a otome, young maiden visual novel. They're calling it a boys love visual novel, so that is basically yaoi. Although, I guess by calling them boys love, you're indicating they are younger characters, although these, frankly, in this animation style don't look like particularly young looking kids. Definitely not what I would call Shotokan, which is really young looking kids.
Let us pierce the twilight like here.
You don't see a lot of
Let us end this.
Ready to witness my true strength?
you don't see a lot of boys love visual novels announced and coming out, considering how many visual novels come out. Abarimbo Tinju and Zombie Nation has an official trailer, which just looks like this is a very Japanese side-scrolling shooter.
My heart is a garden path.
This doesn't look like this is something that would come to the West. It's a little too weird. And this looks like this might actually just be a very old NES game that they're porting over. And it also looks like it is just running terribly in this frame rate.
I've been keeping this in reserve.
Yep. So I would not put a lot of faith into that one. Right, do we have any way we can do 3 damage? Does that do anything? Does that do anything? Does that do anything? 5 here.
Is all it takes to be consumed.
Designs are like
Summon
unhatched
this.
dragon eggs.
Guess maybe that could have worked.
Let us end this.
Gematsu has an article. Happy Game launches October 28th, which definitely looks like a weird game. The name like Happy Game, I'm just expecting it to have some weird subversive imagery. And yeah, I think we're going to see a twist here. Yep. Here it's started that they're intercutting all these visuals with laughing people, but it's actually a horror game. Yep, that's what I figured it was gonna be. Pokemon Legends Arceus reveals a Hisuian Zorua and Hisuian Zoroark, which I assume those are Pokemon characters.
My bolts or your tears?
There was some kind of like found footage video they teased out, like a and I guess that's what this was the mysterious footage being restored.
I know your scent.
They're trying really hard to get people's attention. Yeah, with this new Pokemon game.
Tail and ran. I wouldn't be a dragon.
And I guess the thing there is that
Time to say goodbye.
they've got to make people forget about Shield and Sword is as far as that wasn't a very successful experience. What does this do? Rush. Can I do anything that would give it rush? Yeah. So. So this rush kills this.
Just finish the job.
And then this wins.
You're a solid fighter.
Which that's good. I think at that point we have all the daily quests done. So we can now just try to play some ranked. Swordcraft, Bloodcraft. Oh, I was playing Dragoncraft. Darn it. One more attempt on Swordcraft. I've been playing Dragoncraft this whole time. Playing the wrong class. Gamatsu says the demon slaying action adventure game Infernax has been announced for the Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC.
This one's for my family.
Yeah, there might be something here. While this looks very much like Zelda 2, the level of detail and polish in this animation might elevate it in such a way that it would feel like a throwback to an old NES game while not really looking like a NES game or playing like an NES game. So that does catch my attention as much as anything teasing itself now and then not coming out for a very long time can catch my attention. Gamatsu says Atelier Sophie 2, The Alchemist of the Mysterious Dream, details Alete, Clarity, Elias, Enders, Synthesis, and more. Which I guess this is the new Atelier series that they're mostly focusing on. Running a potion shop. Screenshot showing a lot of cleavage there. Focusing on like a male character. But I'd really like to know about the Atelier series, and I could easily go to howlongtobeat.com and get this information, or get something close to this information, is to figure out how long the Atelier RPGs, JRPG games, are compared to playing something like Dragon Quest or something like that.
Let's speed things up.
If I could confidently say playing the Atelier series would take half as much time, that would be really nice. This whole synthesis mechanism looks interesting. Looks like it's kind of like a Dr. Mario tic-tac-toe mechanic. I question though how much time you actually would spend in the shop versus how much time you're just going out looking for ingredients. And I'm not 100% sure that there actually is an open world or a hub, or if it isn't kind of smaller areas that you just wander around and you run into random encounters. See, this is weird. You have like a special costume here to tie in with Blue Reflection, in which they're in a traditional like Japanese school outfit for the Atelier series, when everybody in the Atelier series is in a fantasy world and wears more fantasy outfits. But yeah, the games definitely tie in, try and cross promote. Gamatsu says Tiny Tina's Wonderlands details classes, environments, characters, and more. I don't think there's a point in which I'd be convinced to play Tiny Tina's Wonderlands and skip playing like Borderlands 2, the pre-sequel, which is the next game in the Borderlands series I should play, or skip Borderlands 3. Like, I don't see that. I do see in these screenshots, however, that it looks like this has opened up the possibility of kind of different story and art style being told, and you don't really have to explain it away as to why there would be Mayan statues, or why there'd be big Coke cans or dice in the playfield, or why you'd be fighting skeletons. Whereas it probably would have been a much bigger stretch to just continuously have expansions of Borderlands set in Dungeons and Dragons like realms. This also gives Gearbox the possibility of getting away from having humans that you're killing and shooting, and potentially the games could be more slightly kid friendly instead, where you are just killing skeletons or shooting skeletons. And at some point I wouldn't be surprised if there was even an attempt to de-emphasize the guns that are still in the game, to such a point that nobody ever plays with the guns, and they're instead firing crossbows and staffs and magic things, or fantasy style weapons. I think we already talked about this. Doom Eternal version 6.66 update launches October 26th and adds a horde mode. A teaser trailer was available if you want to check that out. The Dark Pictures Analogy have announced yet another games. This is apparently season 1 finale, but it seems like they put out a lot of games under that title, and generally it seems like nobody is particularly interested in playing any of those games. Like, I kind of would like to try them, but I'm not sure if they're actually on Steam or if they're just Epic Store exclusives or PlayStation exclusives. They kind of do feel like they are trying to do Telltale games with better graphics. This definitely looks spooky. I also, since this is being published by Square Enix, I wouldn't be surprised if Square Enix does not fund them to have a second season. And Square Enix really hates to be the publisher of Western games and really would prefer everybody just play Final Fantasy and Japanese games. But they never get enough people playing the Japanese games to justify them not being a publisher for other games. Gamatsu says Among Us for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, and Xbox One launches December 14th. I have not heard a ton of talk about Among Us lately. I've heard a ton of talk of Squid Games, certainly in the past couple of weeks, and I imagine the general people on Twitter talking about whatever is most recent or popular have moved on to Squid Games away from Among Us. So I have to just kind of assume they're too late. EU goes, before I exit the stream, I want to make a random question. How much time is there between your recording videos and you uploading the videos? For example, when will the videos you are recording now come out? I don't have a specific limiter there, as much as how do I explain this? I am usually ahead a couple of months is about the best thing I could say. 3, 4, 5 months. I try to get 6 months ideally ahead, so by the time people are even commenting or asking anything about a video game, I've completely normally forgotten it. Like, I don't remember what I said or what I did. that is because of the thing we've been talking about, that YouTube doesn't want you to just flood your channel with videos coming out all at once. I've seen a few YouTubers do that, and they don't get views, and they don't get recommended. It's terrible. YouTube is just totally not built for the idea of playing video games and making a lot of footage in general. But yeah, I try to go at least 6 months ahead. The reason why it's often not 6 months ahead is because I have fallen behind and not scheduled videos or played that many videos. But there's no minimum. I can't guarantee anything. The only way I've had any consistency at all is because of the fact that things are scheduled far, far ahead in the future. I don't know why I played that. No, let's not play that. Yeah, I can still undo that idea.
Die, cretin.
Loyalty is ironclad.
But yeah, I would kind of love for games to be a year ahead or longer if I could. There's, particularly when you're playing old games, there's really no reason to not continue to schedule things further and further in the future. Ideally, I'd like to be able to die and have content come out on my channel after I've died for a year or two. I don't have anything in plan, or don't know like if I'd let anybody put something up on my channel after that point and say, all right, he's died of old age, and that's why he's not making any more footage, and it just stops here. But yeah, I kind of want it to go as far ahead as possible, because there's always that possibility that I'd have to go work at McDonald's or Walmart or something, and I'd like to be able to have so much content already scheduled that I could potentially work a job somewhere and significantly reduce the amount of effort and time I'm putting towards making new content, and people won't even see a difference there. I'm frankly a little surprised. Like, it's probably for budgetary reasons, but I'm a little surprised that TV stations and movie producers don't do a similar thing, and that they don't have entire TV series that are on the back shelf and that they could air anytime any show is not popular. They could just replace it with a whole new show. But that also requires coordinating with a lot of actors and producers and things. So you can't have entire shows that never get aired. You could do it more with movies. And there have been stories out there of several movies that are just never going to be aired or never going to be shown because they don't need to show them or air them. But yeah, I definitely am from the perspective that I try to put as much time as possible between when I'm recording something and when it airs. And that does mean when people ask me questions, I may not actually remember the answer, and I may just have to say, sorry, I don't remember. I recorded this a long time ago. But it also allows for the possibility of somebody reminding me of something I enjoyed about that game that I've kind of stopped playing. But yeah, if I didn't have the system I have now, unless I could think of a different system of putting things scheduling them as far ahead as possible, it would be incredibly inconsistent. There would be entire weeks in which no footage came out, and then there would be entire weeks in which I put 4 or 5 episodes out extra, so there would be no consistency there, and people wouldn't like that at all. It would also certainly tempt me to reacting if I felt a series wasn't specifically being well received. It would tempt me to potentially stop playing that game and stop making footage. And every single game I've pretty much covered, with the exception of maybe 6 or 7 that I've rage quit, I've played to the end of the game, to the credits, and I want to stay consistent with that. There's been a lot of games that I've played well past the credits to 100% completion, and that's something that I like to do for most games. Also, if I overnight became a hugely successful YouTuber and I was averaging like 10,000 views in 24 hours on a video, and then I saw a video got only 5,000 views, it would be very tempting at that point to say, all right, this series isn't working, I'm just going to abandon it, I'm never going to finish covering the game. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to overreact. I don't want to not finish games. If I'm rage quitting a game, it's because it is a particularly infuriating game that I personally don't want to play any further, and it's not something I want to be influenced by the number of views. So I am playing and making the footage basically on blind faith that people will appreciate it and like it, and I kind of want to keep it there. Moving on back to news. Let's see. Komatsu Focus Entertainment has acquired Dozu Dixie Miss. I've never heard of this. This is the studio behind The Shady Part of Me. I don't even know what the Shady Part of Me is, though. I'm gonna have to Google search that. If we play this one, and we do this one. Here. And then smack.
No, the smiles
And
are
then
not free.
smack. No reward. And should have evolved this if I was going to evolve this before I attacked. Yeah, play this next turn. Yeah, this Shady Part of Me is one of these shadow games. I remember this now. It's just hard to remember the names of these games. Alright, and see, now that I'm coming back and looking at this game that came out on December 10th of 2020, I can see it's popular enough to put on the wish list. Has this developer made anything else? No. So they had one successful game that got highly critically reviewed from the looks of it, and then they got acquired, which might be as much as most small independent game developers can hope for. Let's see, Komatsu has Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Wars Extreme gameplay trailer and a Peaches and Cream meditation detail. So even at the beginning of the announcement of Neptunia versus Senran Kagura was the question is this a game that is going to be more into the Neptunia series, which is kind of fan servicey but really doesn't go that extreme? It's probably something you'd be fine with a 16-year-old boy playing, even a 14-year-old boy playing, or girl. We don't have to gender it. Whereas the Senran Kagura games, probably 17, 18-year-old game, more lewd, more skin showing. I would say this definitely seems to be more in the case of a Senran Kagura. You've got some very large and fairly perky breasts there under this cloth, and then going out of your way to show belly and stomach. So I think this is probably dissuading the idea of it being toned down. There has been talk and fear that the Senran Kagura series in particular was going to get toned down from being basically a sex comedy lewd game into being something that just won't get any more sequels. You can see that it's a balancing game where they're balancing on a giant peach, and they all seem to be in kind of lewd, probably floppy clothing in particular, so it flops up a little bit. I bet it flops up enough to maybe show just a little bit of underboob, but never a nipple, or more than like 10% of a boob. Here you have Neptunia, the actual main character of the Neptunia series, also in the same outfit. It's also, I suppose, worth mentioning that when you're like meditating under a waterfall in a Shinto shrine, which I don't think people really do much of in reality in Japan, it's not uncommon to have an outfit that's not unlike this, although that is not what they are. You can see they're also fairly in kind of lewd poses when they fail, on top of the success poses. So yeah, it definitely feels like more of the Neptunia games are going into the Senran Kagura side versus the other way around. That's good to see. Japanese developers of those types of games may very well die on this hill, and there may at some point just be no more Senran Kagura or Neptunia games, but at the very least they should try and go out in a bang, with a bang, instead of compromising. As for what the actual gameplay is, it's a action RPG with a lot of hacking and slashing, so it's definitely not the Peaches and Cream minigame that they're highlighting. So it's important to also not get distracted and think that the whole game is just them in basically underwear on a giant peach. That's not really what the game is. Yeah. If anything, that's just a mini game to build up stats. Wouldn't be surprised if you have to actually play the Peaches and Cream mini game meditation, but it's not the main focus. Moving on, Concerned Apes Haunted Chocolatier has been announced for PC. The developer, quote, has every intention to bringing it to other major platforms. Now, Concerned Ape was the creator of Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley was very popular, at least by mainstream video game critics. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets too much coverage for its own good. It, to me, does not look like it is much different visually from a Stardew Valley game. They're calling it an RPG simulation game. Is the game similar to Stardew Valley? In some ways, yes, but in many ways, no. That's not really an answer. I think, from the looks of it, it definitely looks like it is going to be fairly the same experience. There may be some more spooky elements in it, but I heavily doubt this is going to be a really scary game. And I don't know if there is enough action elements or new gameplay elements in the world, in existence, that would convince me that I actually wanted to play something that was even slightly like Stardew Valley. I know people love Stardew Valley, and I don't blame anybody for that, but I just found that game incredibly slow and repetitive and just not my cup of tea. So if there's any farming in it, if there's any dating simulation with that kind of art style in it, I don't think I'm that interested.
Show me the limits of your will.
Here, Gamatsu has the same article. NetEase has acquired Grasshopper Manufacturer.
Lose yourself in this final
I almost certainly will see some negative response from some of my other sources about this news and talk about it on Monday. Gamatsu has the Famitsu sales updated. So what we're trying to look here. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yabai, the Hinokami Chronicles for PS4 is new and it's sold 94,000 units, whereas it jumps down significantly to 22,221 units for Metroid Dread. But the good news is, as far as I think this is only Japanese software sales, that's 100,000 units for Metroid Dread. I'm hoping that is enough numbers to catch Nintendo's attention and have them make a few more Metroid games in the future. That being said, the Demon Slayer anime clearly is way popular since the PlayStation 5 and 4 version has already outsold the total number of sales of Metroid Dread when you add these two numbers together. And then Idolmaster drops down to, it starts in 4th place, and Back for Blood. The numbers here are particularly low. But then you have certainly some things that are just very consistent, where Ring Fit Adventures here sold only 6,000 this week, but over its lifetime has sold nearly 3 million. Or Smash Bros. Ultimate has sold 4.5 million nearly. So I suppose the question here would be, when you take a lifetime sales game from Nintendo, what is the big names numbers? The Clubhouse 51 Worldwide Classic, Clubhouse Games 51 games, is a fairly niche product, and it has sold 814,000. So we drastically need to see Dread sell a lot more, I think, before Nintendo would actually take interest. But fingers crossed that will happen, and at some point in the future, Metroid Dread in Japan does sell close to 1 million units, and it can't be denied. Honestly, it may need to sell 2 or 3 million units before it catches people's attention at Nintendo. Let's see, Gamatsu says A-Train All Aboard Tourism is coming to PC on December 7th. It's currently available on the Switch. This is obviously one of those train simulator games that I have no interest in. GTA, the Trilogy Definitive Edition, launches November 11th. What I found surprising is I saw a different version of this image, and when you see this character, she's wearing these kind of, I think they're supposed to be hot pants, but it's kind of trashy looking, almost like she's wearing a diaper. And yeah, this character is drawn very differently. Like there's a big lack of attractiveness in the face of this character versus what was probably tracing of supermodels and real world images in these cases. I think, yeah, that's the difference, is that somewhere around this GTA 3, they realized their animator couldn't actually draw for the cover art. And yeah, all these characters I think are supposed to be kind of trashy characters, although there's nothing visually really about this character that's trashy. The boob tattoo and the tongue licking the teeth is kind of trashy. This one is rough visually. And yeah, I am still not sure. I still don't really think there's a reason why I would want to play GTA. I should, certainly, just from a historical perspective, play it, but I also wouldn't be, I shouldn't have played that one. That was a mistake. But yeah, I could definitely see never having enough time. I think we already talked about this. I don't know why sometimes these tabs go like this. Like when you reload it, it works fine. Advanced Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp has been delayed. I think we had already talked about that. A Boy and His Blob for the Switch launches November 4th. Priced at $14.99. That's probably a pretty great price for what is probably a fairly short game. Maybe it isn't a great price. Maybe the game is too short. Cotton 100% for PS4 and Switch launches November 24th, 29th, if I can read. And this is a different Cotton game, I think, than what we talked about just on Wednesday. It definitely feels like there's 2 or 3 Cotton games getting released too close together for their own good. Even if this is a 30th year anniversary thing. Yeah, this is definitely a different Cotton game than what we talked about on Wednesday.
Lose yourself in this final dance.
It probably makes a great argument that you should just bundle the games together and sell a bigger package on an anniversary, particularly for a lesser known product, at least in the West. Is there anything we can do?
That was almost amusing.
Okay.
You're done for.
I wasn't good enough.
Let's see. GameDeveloper.com has an article here. Poker Club developer Ripstone expands with new studios in Greece and the UK. Poker Club, it's not a game I've particularly heard much about. They've also hired former Traveler's Tales head of technology Paul Hughes. Traveler's Tales being the name of a different company than both TT Games, which is owned by Warner Brothers, and Telltale Games. Yeah, there's too many TT names. GameDeveloper.com says 1 in 5 US players dove into multiplayer games during the pandemic, which that seems like a low number. I guess they're saying 16% of people jumped into online play for the first time because of the pandemic, or specifically went into online play because of the pandemic. Let's see.
Don't forget to snag some merch.
If I play this, I can't play this. If I play this, I don't need to play this. Let's see. GameDeveloper.com says NVIDIA expands the GeForce Now streaming platform with RTX 3080 membership tier, which I haven't heard any news whatsoever as far as GeForce Now lately, so I don't think it's being particularly well promoted or accepted. Microsoft has unveiled the 512 and 2 terabyte storage cards for the Xbox Series X and Series S, which we definitely expected there to be a 512. I don't think so many people were thinking there would be a 2 terabyte drive. That, like, I don't want to encourage people to steal things, but if you must steal something, particularly from like a person you hate's house, if you're hanging out with somebody you hate, these are definitely the things to potentially steal. Overpriced, high speed memory cards. Like, it's probably fairly easy to build an adapter if you weren't going to put it in an Xbox Series S or X and put it in a computer, or you might very well just be able to take the whole thing apart and find something that would just plug directly into your computer anyways. But yeah, it is a small item, easy to grab and stick in your pocket and walk out. Again, not encouraging anybody to steal anything ever. I wouldn't do that, but that seems like something that is going to go missing very easily. GameDeveloper.com, moving on, has the same article. No More Heroes developer Grasshopper manufacturer has been acquired by NetEase. There's a quote here: when talking with NetEase about developing more unique console games together, we resonated, is the quote. Yeah, they've had to put single quotes in here around a regular quote, which at this point I think you just get rid of the double quotes. And then what you would do is say Suda51 : that's an awkward sentence regardless. I would have to think about how you would rewrite that. That is by far the biggest news for today, and we'll just have to see in the future whether that changes anything. And I personally wasn't expecting Grasshopper to make anything new for probably 4 years anyways, so it's going to be a long wait. GameDeveloper.com says Google Play is lowering its service fees on app subscriptions to 15%. The change will come into effect on January 1st, 2022. I question how many people actually I question how many people actually subscribe to anything. Seems also, if you look at this image, there's like 3% of people on the App Store that have negotiated a better deal, no fees at all, and then that 99% of the 97% of the people would qualify for the 15% or less. But also, when you look at this image, the way this line is drawn, it kind of makes it seem like 99% of the 3% of people that actually have subscriptions are going to get 15% or less. So it might very well not really affect too many people at all. But looking at it. Well, I clicked on an article from GameSpot and immediately I'm given a 404 not found error. So they must have just been totally wrong about this article. It was supposed to be about GTA San Andreas coming to Game Pass or something like that. Yep, well, very rarely do I even use GameSpot as a source. And the one time I was going to use them as a source, they dropped the ball. GameDeveloper.com also has the story. Focus Home acquires Shady Part of Me developer Doze Dixie Maze. Which, Doozy Dixie Maze, I don't know how you'd actually pronounce that or if that means something in French. And I would like this to be bigger news, but it won't be. Fatal Frame's director says he will consider remastering older games in the series. Makoto Shibata was surprised by the reaction to the Fatal Frame 5 remaster news. The question certainly here is it the director's is the director really the person in charge who would actually greenlight that? Or is it higher ups at Koei Tecmo? I would say it's almost certainly higher ups at Koei Tecmo. So I seriously doubt it was a situation where the director was saying, no, I won't remake Fatal Frame, and Koei Tecmo was begging them, please remake the previous Fatal Frame games. But maybe the director of Fatal Frame has enough influence, particularly in Japan. He may have enough influence with Koei Tecmo to convince them to let to green light more remakes, which that's a good thing. If those remakes get made, there's a decent chance they'll sell enough money to succeed and make the Fatal Frame series more popular outside of Japan and a better seller. Alright, I'm going to go through a few games here, but not a ton. Here we have a Legacy of Sin, The Father's Sacrifice on Steam that doesn't look visually polished enough for a turn-based RPG, which is what it looks like. $5.59 English only. Here we have a game called Astro Bike, which looks like an asset flip game. Free, English only. Here we have Behind Closed Doors, A Developer's Tale, which I don't think is visually polished enough for me to be interested in, but I'm gonna give it a follow just in case. $4.49 English only. Yep. And once again, I need to try and do a follow list cleanup at some point in the future, whenever I find some free time. Here we have a game called Eat Colors, which looks like nothing. Early access, $7.99 English, Portuguese, Brazil, both claiming full audio. Here we have Nicor Tower Redux Edition, which doesn't look like anything of interest. $3.94 English only, third party EULA. Here we have Super Egg 2020, which looks like it's a Bomberman clone, and just not polished enough to be worth my time. 59 cents English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a Growbot, which looks like it's a point and click weird game, and it does look like something that deserves a follow. It is $19.99, whole bunch of languages supports. Next we have Sword Princess Amaleti, the visual novel, which, yeah, looks different. $22.49 English full audio, Portuguese, Spanish, Latin America, Swedish. Those are some weird languages for a visual novel. I'm going to put that on the follow list. There are some adult games this Friday, as it tends still to be that Steam puts their thumb on the scales and only releases adult games most often on the weekends, on the Friday, when people are less likely to pay attention. I wanted to mention that just in case. 2 damage here, I suppose.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Just in case we don't cover those adult games until Monday, I wanted to mention it.
That twig won't do a thing. Here we have a game called Warlock's Entanglement, which looks like a garbage asset flip.
early access 6.39 English only. Here we have a Chinese game that looks terrible. Like RPG Maker type game. 99 cents Chinese only. Here we have Honkai 3rd Impact 3rd, the mobile game being released on Steam. This is big news, but you can see it's 40% positive. People are not liking it. I don't think it's particularly a great game on mobile or Steam. As in-app purchases, partial controller support, that may be a big sticking point. Japanese full audio.
This victory is a testament to your strength.
So yeah, the game has no option to change accounts and automatically logs in with the Steam account unless they will announce crossplay option. I think my job is done here. This being one of my favorite mobile games, it pains me to give it a downvote, but my 3-year-old account with over 1,000 hours awaits me. Here they say use the official PC launcher so you can also play on the phone. So it's just like no crossplay. And that's what is pissing people off. So you've got fans here of Honkai Impact 3rd that want to play it on Steam with their old account, and clearly they should have known that that would have been the idea and what you would have wanted to do, and yet they have kind of failed completely to accommodate for that, which only makes sense if they were hoping for 100% new players to play on Steam and just wanted to drag everybody else to playing the PC official launcher instead of the Steam version, or play it on mobile.
I bring unto you
But
serenity.
in the meantime, what they've done is create a whole lot of bad blood for no good reason. So yeah, that's a bad way to launch a product. No way around that. Another bad way to launch your product, such as Toy Soldiers HD here, is to delay it multiple times and then have it finally come out and still be only 61% positive. This one's $29.99, whole bunch of languages. What's the complaints here? There's no co-op. It's locked at 45 frames per second. According to this person, graphics and controls are nowhere near improved enough to be called HD. No ultra wide. This product was refunded, just a simple tower defense game which pretends to be a battlefield in the trailer. Just slightly cleaned up graphics versus the old Xbox game and doesn't run particularly well. Yeah, and see, I remember playing this also on Xbox, and I was definitely considering purchasing this and covering this. And calling it a tower defense game is not inaccurate, but it was one of their first tower defense games, so I think it deserves a little credit there. But not enough to really buy it when the reviews are this bad. The only thing I could do is bend over backwards and put it on the follow list, and I guess I'll do that just in case they improve things, improve the frame rates and stuff. But at a certain point, it's not realistic to put something on the follow list in the hopes that at some point in the future they get their poop together and actually fix the frame rate or fix the graphics. You can't potentially buy a game or even think to buy a game based on what it could be versus what it is.
Heavy impact sustained.
Let's see.
Hostile life form detected. Terminating hostile life form.
This is my last job.
Verifying access.
Here we have a game called Spacious Snake, which looks like it's just a simplistic puzzle game. Basically, snake game. Nothing of interest there. 74 cents, English only. Here we have something called This and Cats, which looks like it's a low polygon asset flip game. $9.99, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Eternal Night, which is just a low effort horror game from the looks of it. $4.30. This has third party DRM of none. None machine activation limit. Third party account, none. Third party EULA. It is rated adults only, according to them. This person, I do not believe, knows what they are doing and just putting garbage in on the forums and fields. And the fact that this was allowed, third party active account none, and that didn't trigger somebody to look at this, is ridiculous. Like, somebody at Valve should have said, hey, no, he's putting in the wrong type of information. He's mislabeling things. This person doesn't either understand language or is intentionally putting in the wrong information. So yeah, no to Eternal Night. No Straight Roads Encore Edition is on Steam, which is weird because it seems like they've kind of renamed it, because I think it was just called No Straight Roads before, and maybe there's some new content here. Yeah, seems like there's no original edition on Steam. I know this was, I think, an exclusive for a while, and this one puts you in kind of a weird position because it's 96% positive with 50 reviews, but I think this game has been out for longer than that. Regardless, I guess it follows the rules, so I'm gonna put it on the wish list. It's weird though. It seems like they're trying to avoid that. They've done some bait and switch thing here. By changing the edition and potentially getting rid of negative reviews. But maybe that's not what happened. I can't be certain. I guess the truth would probably come out eventually, and if it is a bad game, it'll still get reviewed badly. And if people were mad at it for some reason, it would still get reviewed badly.
Begin.
What is this weird feeling?
Here we have a game on Steam called Grid Slayer, which is like a card battler movement game.
Or your tears?
Visually, it's not polished enough, unfortunately. Early access, $10.19. English, allegedly full audio. Here we have EQ Countries, which is a quiz game for 89 cents. English and Russian, allegedly full audio in both. That's going to be a no. Here we have a game called Kill Squad, which looks like it's a hack and slash game. It's rated mostly positive, very positive. Single player, online co-op, English full audio, $16.99. I'm going to put this on the fall list just because I want to consider it a little bit more. But it seems to meet all the metrics. It doesn't have any in-app purchases or anything, so there's really not a good reason not to just put it on the wish list now, but I'm gonna wait. Discard a card, draw a card.
Pigs, where are you?
This one. Play this. Play this. Play that.
Verifying access. Sleep.
Ah, the design fault lies with you.
Alright. Let's hit this one
I am such
and
a
that
genius.
one.
Such a good guinea pig.
And then that one.
You're a fiery one.
I think this probably needs to be our last
Oh,
game
my lightning.
for today. And we'll just try and cover some more games. Here we have a game called Soccer Balls, which is clearly just a soccer management simulator. 1169 English only. Here we have Morocco Island, which looks like it's a horror kind of RPG maker, but I don't know if I can completely dismiss it either,
Shutting down.
because it seems like it's an attempt at something here. I probably will dismiss it eventually, but I want to maybe wait for some reviews. $7.99 English full audio. We'll give it a follow.
Shutting down.
My raging flames.
That's one of those games that probably will never get 30 reviews anyways. Here we have a game called Speed Mazing, which looks like nothing of interest. $8.99 English and several other languages. Let's see. Do this,
And relax.
and then this, and then this.
Everything was a lie. The truth will cut you down.
Here we have a game on Steam called Space Tech,
You, my lightning.
which looks like nothing of interest. Early access, free to play, in-app purchases, English
It's my turn
full
to
audio,
land.
allegedly
I want to see a dragon.
in-app purchases, and third-party EULA. Here we have a game called Pumpkins. How does this game really play?
Hey, this wasteland's a fixer-upper.
Like, are you supposed to pick up pumpkins before something attacks you?
Power of mortality.
Like, theming for Thanksgiving and Halloween is good, but the actual gameplay here looks like kind of nothing of interest. It does seem like this is one of those games where you failed to really make a good gameplay mechanic first, and you've just got an idea or a theme. $3.39 English only. I think we can pretty much ignore that. Here we have a game called D's Nuts, which clearly is a joke game of no interest. 99 cents English only. Turn to the title screen to get your daily bonus, I suppose. Here we have a game called Sands of Aura. Or Aura. I guess that's Aura. A-U-R-A. There might be something here. Early access, $19.99 English, allegedly full audio. I'm going to put that on the follow list and we'll see. Here we have a game called Swarm the City Zombie Evolved, which looks like it's a real-time strategy game where you control zombies. Not a terrible thought. That might work. $11.99, whole bunch of languages, third-party EULA. We'll put that on the follow list. It's kind of funny how there's different music that plays based on what screen you're on, just as you're loading in. Here we have a game called Ever Tried, which looks like it's a kind of dungeon pixely game, positional placement game. There might be something to this. Might be a little bit more puzzly. Whole bunch of languages, $19.99. Yeah. I'm gonna give this a follow, but probably would say no to that. Here we have Moons of Arden, which looks like nothing of interest. Early access $5.99 English and French. I'm just trying to get rid of enough games so that we don't have like 100 on Monday. Here we have one called Aquarium Designer. It's not a terrible thought, particularly if you were selling like aquarium parts. You have a simulation of this. Also, it's not a terrible thought to have an aquarium and fake fish that you don't have to feed and will ideally never die. So this is $8.99, English and several other languages. I'm going to put this on the follow list. The only thing that I think is kind of missing here is the fact that it's not VR, because this probably could work fairly nicely if it's VR. There's a possibility that there really isn't that much that you can purchase or design, so it may not really be worth $9. And yeah, it does seem like there's kind of a budget gameplay mechanic, so one would hope that there's a sandbox mode. All types, all sizes, your creativity is the only limit. Then why is it seemingly costing in-game currency to purchase some of these elements? Yeah. So, yeah. Again, maybe we need to read some reviews there. Here we have a game called Spire of Sorceries, which unfortunately is already mixed. And I might have given it a chance, but the problem here is that it does kind of feel like it's trying to create name confusion too, with its name. Early access, $20 even. That's odd to be even on the dollar. Several languages. Here we have collection of Saga or Scarlet Grace Final Fantasy Legend, which is, yeah, basically Game Boy games being listed on Steam. $19.99 English and Japanese. Historically, this might have some relevancy, so I'm going to put it on the follow list just to see reviews. Realistically, would I ever play these like Game Boy games? I don't think so. Like, if I was going to play a Game Boy game, it would almost have to be something like Pokemon or something. It couldn't be something most people haven't even heard of. Here we have a prologue, Super Dungeon Maker Fink's Awakening prologue, so we don't have to concern ourselves with that yet. Here we have Cards of the Dead, which looks like there might be a card game here. I'm a sucker for a card game. $6.79 English, Spain, Spanish. We'll give it a follow. Here we have Project Halloween, which is probably a low-effort visual novel. Yeah, no backgrounds really. Only one character. Text is a little small. It's free. English, allegedly full audio. Check it out, I guess, if you want, but I suspect there's nothing there. Here we have a game called Rise of Humanity, which looks like it's a turn-based hex grid game. Early access, $17.99 English, full audio. Yeah, it kind of feels like maybe it's a little card-based and a little XCOM-y. I'll give it a chance. I'm putting a lot of things on the fault list. Here we have Motivational Hero Volume 2, which looks like nothing of interest. 69 cents. Says it's a puzzle platformer. It really looks more just like a platformer. English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Neon Souls, which is just a whole bunch of neon as a precision platformer. $3.49 English, allegedly full audio. Here we have Survival Zombies Ahead, which looks like it's probably an Asteroids clone. Nope, it's a Fruit Ninja clone. The problem though is Fruit Ninja with a mouse doesn't really make that much sense. And Fruit Ninja as a game kind of never made that much sense after about 5 minutes of playing it. Weirdly, you're cutting out the brains of the zombies, wherein logically you would actually be cutting out the brains of the humans and avoiding the zombies. They've gone completely in the wrong direction here. 59 cents, English only. I think I'd have to say no to this. Here we have Pieces of Beauty 2, which is a jigsaw puzzle game, but fairly large jigsaw puzzles. Lots of pieces. You typically don't see that in the low effort jigsaw puzzles that typically get released. $1.79, English only. Here we have Knights of the Tiny Table, which looks like it might be something close to a spin on a dice rolling game. Yeah, there might be something to this. It's kind of like what could you do to turn Yahtzee into more of a RPG type experience? $3.59, English only. Interesting idea, unique idea, haven't seen it before. That definitely deserves a follow. We have Luffy Way Back Home, which looks like it's a pipe game, basically. Although they've turned the pipes into channels where you're boating. I just don't think there's enough puzzles here, though, to justify it. Even at $1.69, English only. And then they're trying to advertise this whole different game. So, you know what? If this is like a cross promotion for the other game, that might have convinced me, but nah. The graphics still don't look that good. Like, you need just a little bit more polish. Yeah, and basically you'd have to give this game away for free, too. Here we have a game called Hidden Office, which looks like it's a hidden object game. Yeah. Does look different, but I'm not sure I still would want to play it. $6.29, whole bunch of languages. I'll be generous. I'm being a pushover today. Here we have Disciples Liberation, which apparently people are loving that, so I'm going to put that on the follow list. $39.99, or the deluxe edition for $49.99. English, French, and German full audio. Several other languages supported. Here we have a game called Slap the Rocks, which is a box pushing game. Although, in fairness, it doesn't look terrible for a box pushing game. And at some point, I think I am going to have to just play one box pushing game, one Sokoban game. This may not be a terrible choice. So I'm going to give it a follow. $1.19, English only. And then there's another game here called Slime Escape that they're cross-promoting. Starting to see a lot more cross-promoting of games, more than usual. Here we have a game called Call of Unity, which looks like a Unity asset flip first-person shooter. 74 cents, English only. That can be a no. We have Furries and Scalies. Pretty much I'm going to say no to all future Furries and Scalies games. Super Scary Halloween, Spooky Times Part 2. $9.99, English only. I just am not into furries or scalies anywhere enough that I would want to play visual novels around that, particularly since there's just so many of them from the same developer that come out. Here we have Tuki and Champ, which seems like it's kind of a Flappy Bird type game where you're flying around and eating flies. It's kind of like an asteroids game or a mouse game. It doesn't look like it actually controls or plays that well. It's free, English only. Check it out if you're interested. Here we have a Coffin Mall game called Coffin Mall, which looks like garbage. $4.49 English only. Here we have a game called Hour Night, which apparently is an online multiplayer game, so that's going to be a no for me. $4.99 English only. I've been going 4 hours. I'm desperately trying to finish the number of games. I think at this point I'm just gonna call it. Well, so let me just look at my Twitter feed and see if see if there's any news. Unity for Games, which is apparently what Unity Games Twitter feed is now called. So they're trying to, I guess, probably emphasize that there will be a Unity for other things that they're going to try and promote too. They're talking about high dynamic range P settings. Or it's HDRP settings, which I assume means high dynamic range performance. Right. Still just scrolling down my Twitter feed to see if there's anything new that needs to be talked about. That really doesn't need to be talked about. That Unity is promoting itself and promoting new options. I think I can probably assume that I've seen almost everything, so I'm just gonna go through the other feeds instead of my main feed. There was what looks like an adult visual novel, Japanese visual novel called Renai. Yeah, I can't even pronounce it. Subtitle is Love for Hire. We'll talk about it on Monday, but it came out about 3 hours ago, so yeah, I will once again mention that this is not a case of there not being any adult games that came out this Friday. It's a case of me not getting through all the games. And GameDeveloper.com retweeting everything always. Apparently Epic Games has irked some employees with a shift in vacation policy. We'll talk about that on Monday. GameDeveloper.com also has an article where you watch Mass Effect 3 developers look back on the controversial crunch generating ending. Which, I mean, at a certain point, I don't know if this isn't just the developers who made a very bad ending and trying to pass the buck. It probably isn't that probably isn't the case. It probably is that they were not given enough budget and time to do what they wanted to do. But the Mass Effect 3 ending really is an ending that feels like there was just no vision or thought behind it at all. So if there was a real artist or director who cared about the ending of that story, they definitely didn't stand their ground or threaten to quit or do anything to ensure that that turned out well. Everybody seems to have willingly gone along with the idea of the bad ending that you got, and it's not like a few tweaks or anything like that would have changed it. Having one ending probably would have been for the better, but even the best ending out of the 3 or 4 different endings at Mass Effect aren't particularly good endings. I don't feel that that's the case. Alright, anyways, we've been going 4 hours. We'll probably have a lot of games to cover on Monday, but that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to further follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a gift card or game off my wishlist. And then, yeah, if you click the subscription bell and it's no good for you because of the amount of content I put out, unclick the bell. That's fine. Please don't unsubscribe from my channel, but yeah, you can definitely unclick the bell. That's if I'd rather you be satisfied. Same, I guess it's true if you need to unsubscribe from my channel. I'd rather you be happy than just stay subscribed and then grow the hate my channel. Anyways, thanks for watching. Have a good